Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville, and welcome back to what I believe is our Ghost Fleet here. You'll recognize this kind of as the same sort of design here as this Loki class ship. We've got this Airline class, this is Airline class carrier right here. Obviously maybe some extra landing and launch bays on this right here. Just going to move some of this stuff off to the side, get it out of the way. That's a little better. There we go. So we got this thing. Obviously, it's a case of spin the battle star here, Landras. Look at this. Oh, look, it landed on MTELE. So I guess you know what you guys got to do. So Camda, great to see you. Actually, Camda, I think I might have printed this one a little bit smaller. Wow, there's all this. Actually, there's two different variants of this thing, Camda. So Camda, as I was going through the files, I thought I was looking at one file. There was a whole fleet. There's Tauron ships, there's Geminon ships, and then there's this Aerolon. There's two Aerolon ships. I think there's also a couple of Scorpio ships too. But yeah, this maybe is a little bit. Maybe it's not. Actually, maybe it's not quite as small as I thought it was. Maybe another 5 to 7% bigger there. But obviously, we're gonna go with the same sort of a color scheme right here. So Armored Wolf, great to see you there. Now there's a lot of in-depth areas there, and of course we're gonna have to green stuff this thing on it. First, we're gonna paint up the ship, and then well, get some stuff spattered on the ship there. And as that sets, then we're gonna do the base. Oh, actually, too, there's these things right here. These were the banners that I was talking about that I was able to make and print out with their stands. So actually, that was kind of handy. We'll get those guys over there. And oh, and I don't know if you saw the hey there Uber Yeti. Great to see you. So nah, that just got nothing in it. There we go. So I did do the thing with the oil paint and the markers, and then grab that tree beard flat. Well, actually, I really do like this tree beard flat. I might have to try to render this and the new method, see how that works. But yeah, that actually wasn't too shabby, and I only spent about 40 minutes on this thing. That is about it. So that was kind of fun. And again, we were using the it's not easy to fill these. We'll put it that way. It is not easy, but they actually the obviously the ability to blend and mix and all that kind of stuff. So great to see you there, Uber Yeti. And of course, Camda, once there's enough people in the chat, please go ahead. And I think there's a couple of new ones of these. That one's definitely a new one. So this is another one of the new ones, except I think I'm going to have to actually increase the depth on it to try and get more oomph over here in the kimono, I think. So we might have to do that. Is what it is. All right, let's get some stuff on here. So yeah, that's the latest video that I put up on the Patreon page earlier today. So Camda, when you see the next video with the, I don't know, what would you call it, the paint holders or something like that, you'll kind of then see what it was I thought maybe could be useful. These in conjunction with those. So the only real value I see on these, Camda, is that, one second here, let me get this volume. It's at 100. We want this to be turned down. Thank you so much, Doji. Appreciate that. So, Doji, I hope that you had a chance to do a little bit of painting there. So, like I mentioned in the thing there, I thought, well, there's some people, they might just, like you say, they're Uber Yeti, they're more comfortable with that. And then if you're on the road, that could be a thing. So so again, the next video is going to be a quickie little thing where we have the paint in these little containers. And I'm going to be testing several different ones, and it is going to be a long-term test also. So Doji, actually Doji, if you guys wanted to share stuff in the chat, there's not as many folks here. Same thing, Uber Yeti. There's not a ton of folks, but if you wanted to share anything, please go ahead and do that. There's a lot of stuff going on here. There is a lot of stuff going on in here. I never know what size to make these things. Well, hope that you do. Hope that you get a chance to take advantage of that, Doji. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, I was trying to make a bunch of the files we were talking about. Some of the Trench Crusade stuff. Yeah, I was trying to make that. Success was mixed. Obviously, I'm gonna have to continue with that. Basically, taking some of the characters we've made flats of and then turning that into miniatures. So that is something I'll try to emphasize over the next couple of days. There we go. So again, yeah, Uber Yeti. This it's that one character that we did the flat of, and actually the bust was real interesting. The miniature was neat, but the bust really looked like it could be some fun. I don't. Are there any Trench Crusade busts out there? I know there's getting to be a lot of different Trench Crusade miniatures, but I don't know about busts. Who knows if this thing, if I can get this thing figured out, maybe, maybe it's the next painting busts episode 2. Who knows? Man, look at that! Look at all this stuff going on, Camda. Look at this. So again, this probably should have been printed out a little bit bigger. Is what it is. Again, it's been so long since I printed out some of these, and I was so shocked to find these ships in amongst the files. I swear these are some of the ones that are not out there anymore, Camda, which is kind of weird. And I still have been looking around to see if there's any of the Cylon ones, like, well, the Resurrection ship or whatever. And Camda, I don't know, I am sort of tempted to try and give some of the Babylon 5 ships a try. Still kind of tempted. Hey there, Sarge. Happy New Year. Great to see you there, Sarge. So Sarge and Doji get the So Say We All. How appropriate. How appropriate. So Sarge, hopefully all the puppies are doing okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Here, let's get these things in here. Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. So Sarge, the Lord of the Rings gummy bear thing, that has been actually, Sarge, if you had any time to print stuff at all, I would imagine not, especially now with a whole bunch of puppies. I would think that there's not going to be a whole lot of painting right about now, right, Sarge? The bucks. I know you got those projects that you were working on. So again, great to see you there, Doji. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, Uber Yeti. They definitely. Well, it was nice just having dark colors. Period. Whether they're acrylics or oils, it was just nice having the darker colors in there. Actually, where I think that those could work is with terrain. Not just like the acrylic ones. We had already been talking about that, but I think the oil ones could definitely be a big help on terrain. So again, that's an incoming experiment that will be done for sure this month, no doubt about it, because I have a ton of terrain stuff to get caught up on. So Valfera, there must be some kind of weird, I don't know what kind of cursed voodoo stones they're putting in Vandy's, reworked stadium there. But it's getting really crazy there. I don't know if you saw that D1 championship game, Valfera. It was absolutely nuts. Now, for some reason, Zhang thinks it's safe to enter our domain. How you doing there, Zhang? Everybody, please give Zhang a follow. Nice to see you there, Aaron. Hey, Master Builder, great to see you back. And True ASAP, nice to see you there, True. How you doing? So we are doing some more of our Battlestar Galactica ships. Where's our Galactica ship? This is kind of the same era. This is kind of the Ghost Fleet here. So that's a Loki class. Here, this is an Aerolon ship right here. So again, we're doing another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships. Nice to see you there, Dragon Reach. Everybody, please give Zhang a follow. Also, please give Erit Canwife a follow. So, Erit, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, again, we're going to be taking our base now. And we're going to be painting up the same spacescape. We have done it on all of our stuff there. Zhang, I don't know if you've seen the Army Showcase video that kind of, well, showcases all these ships. I'm going to try and get this for you here. 1 second. Let me see if I can find this here linkage for you. Boy, that goes back a little ways. Okay, here it is. 1 second. So if you check this out, right there, if you check out that, that should be the Battlestar Galactica video with all of the ships. And again, we are going to be doing our Spacegate base there. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Ericam Wife just shared. Valfair, that D1 game between Illinois State and Montana State was absolutely bonkers. Um, Montana State was up multiple touchdowns. There was overtime, crazy blocked kicks, missed all kinds of crazy stuff going on, and it basically Illinois State was like a 16 seed. So imagine your NCAAs and a 16 seed beats multiple number ones to get to that basically to the championship game. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. I'll take some shamrocks in this shake there, Sarge. Now I think you've been seeing some of the. Actually, let me get this thing off of here so we can. So I think, Zhang, you've seen some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears that we've been doing. Believe it or not, I've painted almost 30 of them. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Irid. Oh, Irid gifts a sub there. So where's our? Oh, there we go. There we go. So thank you so much, Irid. Appreciate that. I think we actually also have ourselves a bit of a hype train here. Where did that go? 1 second here. That's not a hype train. This is a hype train. There you go. There's your hype train. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Irid and Sarge. Thank you so much. That gives us a little bit of a hype train action right there. And here's the actual hype train coming right at you. There it is. All aboard the hype train. See it a bit there, Irid. So here's the latest batch that we were just painting. So we have we have Goldberry, we have Gollum, and here's Dark Queen Galadriel.
So say we all.
There is Dark Queen Galadriel. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. That looks like a little bit of a level 2 right there. And again, here's some more. Look at these. Check them out right here.
So say we all.
There's Grima. There's Sauron. look at this here. We've got Lurtz and Theoden. There we go. And we also have Galadriel. And we've got Radagast with his little buddy Sebastian right there. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Camda. We got ourselves another hype train rolling down the tracks here. A little different type of hype train. Uh-oh, there it is. There's the hype train. Look out. All aboard the hype train. Now, you will notice the shocking similarities between this hype train. But man, they're like virtually spitting images of each other, right, Camden? Yeah, they're almost like the spitting image of each other there. And of course, well, we have, there's some of them on the Instagrams right now. We also have Alex the Cave Troll and Boromir right here. So we've had a lot of fun with these things. I've already done, again, like I said, almost 30 of them. And there's a bunch on the Instagrams right now. Let me see, where is he? Here we go. Actually, true, we're going to be painting this one up probably on Friday. We also have, there's Legolas right there. We also have, oh, here we go. We have a Warg Rider that we're going to be painting up right here. We also, again, we have Sauron and everything. We've also been doing ones that are a little bit more realistic. So here is an Eowyn figure. Made this myself. We painted this one up. Here is another one right there. Had a very fun time with the shield and such. And then, of course, we've got this is a bust that I made here. Same thing. So a little bit of a Galadriel bust right there. All of those were part of our tutorial series on the Patreon page. So yes, we have done every just about every imaginable character from the Lord of the Rings saga for sure. Now let's get down to business here on the base. Let's get down to it here. Maybe a little bit of that blue in there too. All right, here we are. So we're just going to start working in a few little bits of our green, and then we'll get to our orangey stuff like we've been doing on all of it. So you can see that base right over there. That's what we're looking to match there. So thanks, Camda. Appreciate the gift subs there. I think Camda, you already posted your link, but if you wanted to post it again, Camda, same. Actually, Camda, here's hoping that you get to to do some streams now that everything's working again and it's all right as rain. Here, let's get this get some of this darker stuff in here. So appreciate that, Camda. It is a big help for sure. And thanks, Sarge. Appreciate the bitses. And again, glad to see that things are going reasonably well with the pooch there. Well, and all the new pooches. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Camda just posted, and then give Camda a follow because Camda also paints with the oils. And of course, Zhang, if you wanted to share anything in chat, please go ahead and do that. So you can kind of see how this is going to work here. Now we're going to get into our more orangey type stuff here. Let's do that. So Camda, it's so weird, right? And you can double, triple, and quadruple check that stuff, right? And then you go to do it, and it's not working right. It's like, what the heck's going on? I mean, you literally double, quadruple checked it, and it was fine. And then you go to stream, and then it ain't fine. It's like, what is going on here? Uber Yeti, I was telling Kathy's family just yesterday, I was talking to him on the phone, and I said, look, I've noticed because every time I would try to post something to Instagram, whatever, Facebook, it says, "Oh, do you want sound with this? Do you want video with this?" You can tell that it does not want to show anything to anybody that doesn't have sound and moving pictures. And I can tell the way those reels are doing, the ones that I'm putting up on Facebook now. Oh yeah, those. If you were to look at those versus the ones that are just picture based, it's not even a contest. Looks like I got one of these here. Valfair. Oh, and I got to 1 second. I got to get the keyboard out again to do that. There we go. So thanks again for all the bitses and stuff. So Valfera, yeah, Illinois State had to win 4 games in the D1 playoff just to get to the championship game. They were down 2 touchdowns to NDSU with 3 minutes left in the semis. They've had to win 4 playoffs. That's harder than getting to the Super Bowl. It's easier to get to the Super Bowl, Velfred, than it was for them to get to the D1 championship game. Yeah, Uber Yeti. What's funny, Uber Yeti, is that it takes me longer to edit these Army Showcase videos that are 3 to 4 minutes long than the 2.5 hour tutorial videos. I'm not joking. No, it's not. It's getting shorter, and eventually it's going to probably be about the same as I do more. Like the first one took me a day. Then the second one took several hours. Then the third one took less. So I think you can sense a theme there, right, Uber Yeti? Now, of course, the difficulty is for whatever reason, Skyrails decided to, I don't know what they did, but I can't sign into my Skyrails anymore. Maybe they wanted some kind of extra authentication or something I don't know, but it's saying, "Oh, well, you got to have a password." I'm like, "Okay, so I made a password." And it says, "Well, this username is not valid." I'm like, "It is the username I've been using since guess what, the beginning." So not sure what's going on, but I think you can see how this is starting to look like that. So again, thank you so much. I know you probably have to hit the sack there. And of course, Happy New Year. Ooh, actually, speaking of which, Yang, we painted our annual New Year's Eve celebration. We went from the Eastern time zone all the way over to here. So we did 5 time zones in one stream. So yeah, we painted this up. It was the last of our Christmas ornaments for the year. Well, Sarge, hopefully those would be fun to paint. Oh, and also Zhang, let me show you some stuff here. So you've been seeing some of the flats, right? Well, here's a new version of the flats. So before we were kind of doing them this way. This is a little bit of a new version doing the flats a different way here. And of course, we got our 30 ones. We're going to actually be painting this one up on Thursday. So our next stream on Thursday, we're painting up that one. And again, it's kind of a new method that I found by accident for printing or for creating our flats. And of course, we have multiple genres. We have our Lord of the Rings, of course. This was when I was just painting last night in our latest tutorial video. So we got ourselves a little bit of a Treebeard flat right there. Actually, I was using these. So these are from Green Stuff World. And actually, I filled these with oil paints. So yes, these are marker brushes or whatever. And they are filled, or they call it a paint pen. Those are filled with oil paints. All right, we'll see you later there, Zhang. And again, Zhang, thank you so much for the raid. And again, everybody please give Zhang, if you're not already doing that, give Zhang a follow. So true, again, this is the benefit of the oil paints, right? Because now we just did this, and then we can take, once again, a kind of a soft brush here. I think this is pretty well, yeah, it's pretty well dry there. So we got all this rough stuff going on until we do this. And then all that rough stuff starts to become much smoother, softer stuff. So look at that again. We're just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. Yeah, it's almost like we got ourselves an airbrush here, except what it really is just a bunch of hairy sticks, right, Camda? So Zhang, they sent me those specifically to test that out. And the benefit is, because I've got actually some of the regular paint marker sets there, Zhang, and the one thing that's never in there is dark colors. So the first thing I did was start putting dark colors into these things. Now, the thing is, of course, with oil paints, like here, this paint is much thicker. And there's not a whole lot of thinner in this at all. The downside with the markers, you got no choice but to shove a bunch of thinner in there. However, obviously, we can still have our palette going because it's not going to dry in 2 seconds like the regular paint markers would. So advantage us with the oils. And again, I did a video with that. So here's our ship. This is going to go on here. And then we're going to start getting some of our darker glazy stuff in there. So yeah, Camda, it wasn't the easiest thing. Well, Camda, I think if you saw the video, there were a few, shall we say, unhappy moments in that video. Yeah, there was a couple of times where things went uh, astray. Yeah, there was a couple of times where it's like, well, that wasn't supposed to happen, and we all know what that's code for, right, Valfera? Yep, we know what that is. That's code for spicy speech. That is code for spicy talk right there. For colorful metaphors of all types. Actually, there was one of those springs sitting over here, which of course now is probably gone again. Yeah, that I still haven't found that spring yet, Camda. That thing flew. I'm not kidding you. It flew a couple of feet, and if it wasn't for it bouncing off of something, it would have flown more. And also, too, the crazy thing is that it opens the wrong way. Why in the world they made it so that you have to twist it to the right to loosen it, and to the left to tighten it? That's beyond me. I could not figure it out, Ubi, and I'm like, why in the world would they do this? That makes no sense whatsoever. Now, of course, we one of the things we like to do on the channel here is paint spacescapes. We might have painted a few. I mean, this is just like a couple here. Yeah, we might have painted a few spacescapes over here. That's upside down there. So yeah, we've painted a whole bunch of spacescapes here on the channel. So it's something that we like to do. We also painted some spacescape ornaments and of course lots of planets. So here's some of our other ornaments that we did. A Corsair Christmas, the Christmas Tree Nebula, and oh look at that. It's Christmas time in Hobbiton. So it's a it's a Spanish product, True ASAP. That's what's weird. I don't understand why. It was really strange, True ASAP. And there was a couple of times where I almost opened those things up while I was using them because I was accidentally twisting it. It's like, oh wait, I can't do that. That's gonna open it up. So we're just getting some of our orange out here. Let's get some of our lightest orange out there. Actually, I'm going to roll the oppo way here. One sec. Just trying to get some of that paint out of there. There was another brush that I had sitting over here somewheres. Maybe we'll use the... Fine, we'll try to use this guy here. Can't. It was, again, I'm not so sure. I'm just still trying to figure out why in the world they did that. It just didn't make any sense. Now, this is going to be a little bit darker green here. Little bit darker green. Not everywhere. We don't want to wipe out our lighter green completely. So see, we're just going to block that in there. We will take ourselves, again, a softer brush. Are there any paper towels anywhere in this room? There might be some over here. Oh, thank goodness. And now we'll do a little bit of this blending here. Like so. It just softens that up automatically. Where's my bit smaller brush here? Let me maybe roll with something like this here. There we go. Let's go a little bit lighter now with some of our yellowish orange. And again, we're going to get this stuck onto here in a bit, and then we'll get down to business on our ship. This would be number 14 or so. Let me see. Oh, that sounds like a bunch of fun there, Uber Yeti. That's fantastic. I'm glad that worked out so well. So again, you're just trying to get some of our lighter stuff. I'm going to get me more of that in here. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Now, I guess we're going to have to go with more of a standard Gandalf here. He's like, so we're back to these things again. Being a Meyer, I don't really rely on spaceships. somehow I get around on a horse cart. I'm not quite sure how that works out. We did have ourselves 1-6 on our Gandalf 6 last stream. Let's see if we can do that again for Seraph. What is it? I can't see what it is. It's a 3. A good solid roll there for Seraph. So thank you so much for the follow, Seraph. Appreciate that. And again, if you check this out here, this is the link to all of the Battlestar Galactica ships, at least all the ones that I have painted right now. That's a little bit of a showcase video right there. Now, there's actually some other ones too. Some of the Lord of the Rings figures. There's a Gandalf one. There's our Denethor one. We do, and then we've also Army of the Dead. That's the one I'm going to be working on this week. So probably, my hope is Wednesday actually is when that video is going to be posted to the YouTube channel. That's the goal anyway. I will be doing the photography for that after the stream. Of course, now I'm much more limited with the animation part of it because, well, Skyreels decided to just, like, I don't know, take away whatever. It took all my songs and videos too. So I know I had some good Skyreels videos. Those, unfortunately, are probably, well, swallowed up now. Means redoing all that stuff too. You doing there, but great to see you. Happy New Year. Daring to enter our domain. Well, that's the domain of orcs. Orcs should be very happy here. It's nice and dark, except where you got the big giant red eye there. So how you doing there, orc? But happy New Year. We're doing some more of our Battlestar Galactica ships. We've got another member of the Ghost Fleet here. This is from Airline. Actually, Camden, there's some ships from Tauron. There's like a Tauron battleship or something like that. Actually, Camden, I have almost all of those ready to print out. So I think I'm just going to go on a printing surge, and that way we have a bunch that are ready for stuff. So great to see you there, Walter. Everybody, please give Orkbutt Painting and Walter's Workshop a follow. Actually, Walter's, if you want to share stuff too, same thing there, Orkbutt. You guys want to share some stuff that you've been painting, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody please give Workbutt a follow and also to Walter's Workshop. So yeah, Walter, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? That'd be fantastic. And again, Happy New Year to everybody. We will be getting back to, I think on Friday, we will be painting again some more of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. And again, here is our, we just painted Gollum, we did Dark Queen Galadriel, and of course, there's Gandalf on Shadowfax right there. And again, this is kind of the look we'll be going for on our ship. You can notice a very similar look to the gator head there on the ship. A little bit different than Battlestar Galactica. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Walter's Workshop just shared. Now, Walter, is that the new stuff from Conquest? How do you like those, Walter? I have not seen those in person at all. They seem like they would be super fun to paint. I have not had a chance to, unfortunately, do any Conquest stuff because, well, there's been no time to assemble it. And Conquest stuff can take a long time to assemble. And by a long time, I mean a long time. It can take a wee while to get that stuff assembled. I'm going to grab me a different soft brush here. So yeah, Workbutt, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So grand total of 34 minutes ago. Both of these things were nothing but primer right here. Yeah, okay. That actually makes me feel a little bit better there, Walter, because yeah, I was starting to feel like, well, obviously I tend to print just a little bit more, and again, just about everything is 3D printed, right? Between those things, the ships, even the miniatures that I'm doing. So I'm making my own miniatures now. Obviously, those are 3D printed. We're making our own busts now. Those also 3D printed. So that whole thing of assembling stuff is like, mm, this takes a long time, right? Well, you get really used to not having to do that, right? You get very, very used to not having to do that. Now, I'm also going to take some of our darker reds in here. I think I'm going to do our Spatterstar Galactica thing here first. Yes, Camda, it's about to spatter some stars. We are going to spatter ourselves some stars into existence. It's just that easy. You know, other streams, they bring like mountains or something like that into existence. We bring entire galaxies and solar systems into existence here. First, though, let me get this thing out of harm's way, and then we'll gather up one of our fantastic, super expensive brushes here. Where are those hiding? Those are gone somewhere else, so we're just going to use this as one of our spatter. We have a new spatter brush because I can't find... Oh, there they are. They just got pushed over. There we go. Look at that fabulous spatter brush right there. So we'll take some thinner, get that over here, get some of our white on there too. I think you can see that. And now we're just going to do get a little bit of spatter here. Some of our smaller stars. Let me get some more of that paint off of there so we can do even smaller ones. There we go. All right, all set. See you later, Doji. Have a good one. Uh, of course, Valfira, if I lost one of those, that would mean that the other one becomes even more valuable, Valfira. So then it would go to like a $10,000 brush because it would be the only one of its kind. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. Appreciate you being here as always. I am going to take those. See, this is what we do. Look at this, Camda. We're like, sorry. We just wiped out several star systems here, like in the last couple of seconds. We create and then we take it away, right? Now, actually, Valfera, I did try to do a preliminary, whatchamacallit, meshy thing of the autocorrect monster. I think it might be okay for printing. Well, I did two free retries of it. I got to do like all the other free retries and then see what happens with it, Valfira. But I did actually try to make the autocorrect monster. Yes, I did. Now, here's some of our, that's our Perline Crimson. Right, there's our nice dark red going. Look at that. Dark red in our sort of shadow areas there. That really helps to augment this. Yeah, so I was able to get, again, a decent file there. So we'll try and print that one out. It's going to be a smaller test print. I'm not going to go big on that test print. So again, we're getting a little bit of that redishness down into the corner. That really changes this up, doesn't it? It's not just about making that darker. It's kind of taking away some of the greenish-ness that was there also. Now we need to then do our final starry things here. That's a highly technical, astronomical term, right? Can the starry things. At some point, too, I also have to try and find our... Okay, I got it sitting over there. That's good to know. So, yep, Camda, there is an autocorrect monster bust now. Of course, we'll have to paint that up on stream. I'll have to paint that one up on stream for sure. Get this over in there now. Fine, we'll just roll this way with our little lens flare stuff here. So again, Walter, great to see you, and I'm glad that you've been able to kind of continue with some of the conquest stuff there. Now we're talking. Here we go. Blending brush. We need something that is nice and soft for this, and also is small. We'll use this right here. So that's fantastic, Walter. If you want to let folks know when you might be streaming again there, Walter, please go ahead. All right, so again, you can see how we're able to do lots of very fun little kind of micro blends there. Now I'm going to do one more round of some lighter dry brushy stuff on here. And then we'll get that glued on there. One last round of this right here. These are all 3D printed. They're actually free files on Thingiverse. These are all free files on Thingiverse. Okay, and of course, all of these files that you've been seeing, like the Lord of the Rings gummies and all of that stuff, those are primarily for the folks on the Patreon page. So if you're on the Patreon page there, then eventually, once all of them have been tested and we're pretty sure that the files are good, then those are going to go into a Dropbox folder, and the folks on the Patreon page will be able to get those as part of your Patreon page, whatever. Now, let's get a couple of things going here. We need to get our super glue going. So, Wednesday at 7 Eastern, some Adepticon projects for Walter's workshop. Okay, so we're just going to get me a little bit of our green stuff somewhere out here. Let me just put that on here. So, I just need some of this. Whoops, wrong way. I just get some of that out here. Where is the cap? There it is. Get this somewhere else that's not here. Start gearing up some of our super glue here. Where's our, there it is. Now we're just going to get this baby stuck on there. Alright, where's the cap up for this thing? I'm going to maybe use this right here. So couldn't find the green stuff. I have a brand new package of it coming, but for right now we are going to use this liquid green stuff here from Green Stuff World, just because I have nothing else. And we gotta have something. So glue, green stuff, and glue. You can see this pin goes a mile inside the ship there. Where's our, there it is. And now that is just going to set there, hopefully. And now we're going to be doing some of our, well, that's not actually going to really do much holding right now. Okay, now it's starting to do a little bit of something. Gonna get this cleaned out a little bit, and then we're gonna get some stuff mixed up here to do our darker pinline washi type things. And again, you can see we're gonna go a lot of that around these basically anti-aircraft guns on the dorsal side of the ship here. So again, but please give Walter's workshop a follow. A couple days from now, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Now, I wasn't sure if you're doing some Golden Demon stuff there too, Walter, or if you're going to be doing some tournaments or anything. We're just going to now grab ourselves some darker stuff here. I will just take this brush here, put you off to the side. We're going to grab ourselves some of our, that's got a whole bunch of junk in it, so we're going to do this instead. Some of our Payne's gray. We got Mars black here. Maybe a bit more of our Payne's gray. Or is there thinner? Actually, well, this is here's the bottle from the video last night. We'll just use that right now. The nice, interesting thing, Uber Yeti, about the oil-filled marker pens is that if I wanted to use them on stream, well, I could use those because, well, they're oils and they wouldn't have the same kind of, again, the restrictions of the acrylics, right? So that's, you might, don't be surprised. That's fantastic, Walter. Now, Walter, it's still just Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff, right? There's still no, what the heck is the Star Wars thing? Shatterpoint. There's no Shatterpoint thing for that, is there? It's just the Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. Great to see you there, M-Tellies. So M-Tellies, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me grab, this is what I want here. I want some of this so that that can be set in like so. Yeah, that is just the darn. I know that someone was trying to explain that there, Walter. They were trying to explain what was going on with that. It sort of didn't, well, none of it makes sense to me. I'm just like, if it's your system and you're making the miniatures, then why are you not having anything going on with it? But it's their choice. Nice to see you there, Nganes. Everybody, please give Nganes a follow. So, Nganes, why don't you post some stuff in the chat there? So here again, we're doing some pin line wash type things here. This is a little bit of a different approach here, Valfera. Actually, I've got this little. This is just thinner in here. I'm doing this because obviously I need to give this thing. I can't be handling this, right? We need that glue and stuff to be setting in there for as long as possible. So we'll do it this way. Now the fun thing again here is that I can take this here brush and then look at that. Looky there. So everybody check out that Instagram link. Give Nganes a follow because Nganes also paints with the oils. So be sure to give Nganes a follow. So again, as always, Happy New Year there, Nganes. Come on, get in there. All right, and now we'll use this stuff. So Nganes, yeah, I was doing the paint marker thing with the oil paints. That was a wild experience. And by wild experience, I mean like, oh my goodness, that was pretty crazy at times. No. Let me go back to this. There's all kinds of, I'm not quite sure what some of these things are on this, again, this dorsal side of the ship here, but whatever. But yeah, Valfera, check out what happened in that Division One college playoff finale there. Essentially, I think Valfera, that's kind of what they're visualizing for, for FBS, not just for FCS. They want that 16-team playoff. Well, I believe that's what they have in the FCS. So that would kind of be a portent of the future potentially for your big time collegiate football there. So in Ganes, I think stuff has been going reasonably well, right, with the new additions. So that should allow for some streaming again pretty soon. All right, let's get to midships and the aft section here. Lots of stuff to do in here. Yeah, and Ganes definitely like the oil paints in them better than the acrylic paints. because, well, we can kind of still do some of our oil paint stuff with those that you can't hope to do at all with the acrylic stuff. Now, next Armada Monday, I'm shooting for painting some more Battle Fleet Gothic stuff next time around. Next Monday there. Now, basically, now we're going to be doing this color on the bases, so it's going to be a little bit different than all of the other BSG stuff we've been doing in terms of colors on the bases. Just have to start locking down what is happening with the colors on the ships themselves. So if I can do that between now and next Monday, it's going to be those ships. If not, it'll be the Monday afterwards. Again, just we're trying to avoid the insides of our engine cowlings there because we actually want some glow in there. Again, hopefully, the glue has managed to set here while we're doing this. That's kind of the whole strategery behind this. Let me go back to this darkest stuff again. The outside of the cowling, not the inside. We're just about there. Okay, at least for the, again, the dorsal side of the ship. I'm going to give this a little test. So that seems to be kind of holding there. I'm going to try and give that a few more mementos there to have a chance to set. Might even try to start doing some of the lighter stuff on the dorsal side here. But there's still more of these areas to get, so let me just try and do some of that here. I'm going to carry this down. Like so. Let me get, oh yeah, this starboard side here. Bingo. And carry that down here. And all of this stuff over here on this side. Ventral side of the gator head here. Let that mix a little. Maybe a little over there too. Okay, so we're going to set this aside. All of our washy stuff there. That sounds fantastic there, MTLEs. And of course, MTLEs, you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So again, we're still trying to give that a little bit of time to set there. So we're just gonna hang out here, work on again this dorsal side of the ship. I think some of this here is almost set enough where we can come back in and start. Let me get some thinner on these things here. There we go. We got our green. We've got our violet here. What does that do? That makes, as we like to call it, radiant gray. We will be doing some of our panel line stuff up there, but boy, actually, we won't. There's a lot of action going on here, Camden. We don't really have to do as much of our panel line Galactica as we have in the past here. Not quite as much of that. So you can see now we're starting to work in some of our lights here, and it's going to be blended in with some of our pin line wash that we just did. Yeah, there's a lot of mechanisms and stuff on this ship. We don't have to do as much with the panel lines, which will be interesting. This paint, of course, if it's not thick enough, and this is the downside of the oil paints in the oil in those marker things, is that it's got to be thin. There is no thicker paint, thinner paint, or whatever, but that's where having the regular palette and the regular brushes. So you will be seeing those again used in concert with the those little. Now one of them is not supposed to arrive till Saturday, so yeah, I won't be able to test all the different containers. There's one that it's got like 24 pots in it or something like that. That would have been like a totally full palette. But as long as the 16 ones, or that was kind of the main one that I was hoping, because that's what I would be giving people at Adepticon, is the 16 paint pot thing, and I think that's going to work much better than trying to do tubes of paint, like orders of magnitude better. Let me do this here. Start to get some of that down on this facet of this ship. Let me go back to this, and again, we got to make sure that that's so see how that thicker paint sticks there. The reason that sticks is because the paint that's already there is so thin. If you don't have the thick paint there, it is not going to stick. Get this side over here now. And eventually all of this gets less shiny as this paint starts to set up. It's not going to be dry. Think of it like green stuff. Of course, the green stuff that I could not find. So I got myself another tube of that green stuff. I mean, I basically almost need one for every single work area in the house anyways. We used to have about 3 or 4 of those. There wasn't just one for each of us. There was kind of like 2 for each of us. And now that I've got work areas all over the house, it's best to have them in every work area, because if I'm filming something in one of my many work areas or filming areas, if I don't have the green stuff right there, it's like I don't have green stuff at all. So again, having multiple containers of it for me, not the worst thing ever. Now see here, some of this is already, some of that over there is already set. It doesn't have the shininess to it anymore. That didn't take terribly long. So again, just using one of these guys. It's just a cheap old craft brush, and we're using it, as we like to say, as a micro filbert brush here. Again, sorry about the voice between all the phone calls and the videos and the streams. The voice is going to be a little bit on the raggedy side. So you can see that is very shiny right there. There's a whole bunch of thinner there. So that's where we're kind of treading lightly in that area for sure. Now, since we got all this other stuff, still waiting for that to set, I'm going to mess around with the engine cowlings here. Yep, doing this many words, right? Right, Uber Yeti. It's gonna take its toll there, because I believe it was almost on the phone with them for a couple of hours yesterday, plus a couple of hours of filming. Yeah, we're breaking this down just like we did with all of this pinline wash stuff, except here we're looking to do something that is, well, a wee bit lighter. Also, a wee bit more on the bluish side of things here. So that is just going to get stuffed down into there on all of our engines here. Looks like, yep, I think we got that all. So yeah, Camda, I think this probably should have been printed out a little bit bigger. But also too, oh geez, I have to get more resin because I'm literally down to the last jar again. I wasn't expecting to all of a sudden, okay, there goes 6 containers of it, but all of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears and all of the other stuff that I've been doing kind of has wiped that out a little bit. That's for sure, Uber Yeti. Okay, do we have them all set? We got them all set. You know what? There's a couple of here. Now some of that got our other glaze. So get rid of some of that darker stuff then. Let's try this. Okay, there we go. So those, we're just going to leave those to set as well. Again, we're still going to let some of that, because I can see there's still some glaze. So what I might actually do here is then do a little more with our lighter stuff on our clouds is down here. Let's get some of this, some of the yellow, and kind of do some of the final stuff down here. Let me get this. Now, this is very much thicker paint right here. And again, this is what you can't do with the pens because there's no way that you can have paint this thick. However, again, the advantage with those is you just set that marker brush aside and you just grab a regular brush to do this kind of stuff, and then you go back to the marker brush thing again. And the other nice thing is we can use blending brushes. We can't use those with the acrylic marker brushes, whatever, for obvious reasons. Valkyria, yeah, well, you have to figure Valkyria that, there's 30 of the gummy bears that you've seen. There's been several of them that I printed and went, okay, that's too small, or something was wrong, so I had to reprint it a couple of times. Then there's, all of the other stuff that I've been doing with the meshies, right? So yeah, basically tore through 6 containers of that in the space of about a month. Also all the flats too, Valkyria. Yeah, think of all the flats that I've had to print out. It's like there was something else too. Yeah, they're all the flats. And the newer ones, obviously, they take up much more resin than the image to STL ones, which, well, guess what, are much more flat. So that's, again, all of this stuff. That's why it's taken a little while to have those files ready to say have for putting in that Dropbox thing because, well, I have to test them all. And printing those takes a while. And, of course, it also takes resin. So I'm just getting a little bit of orangey stuff around our star there. We're going to do the same on this one here just to kind of soften that a little bit. There's my blending brush, right? Yeah, that's the one with the orange on it. There we go. So Valkyria, that game tonight, it was 14-0. It was 14-7, and all 4 games, Illinois State has trailed in every single game. There was a touchdown, like literally at the last second of the first half, on a miracle pass, catch, and run by Montana State. Then Illinois State went on a 17-play drive and scored. Then they went on a 18-play drive and score. Then Montana State scores again. And then there was multiple kind of fourth down conversions. Illinois State scores to tie the game. Then it looked like they were going to actually kick a field goal to win the game, which was blocked. Then it looked like Montana State was going to kick a field goal to win the game, but there were 11 false start penalties, Valfera, on Montana State. Because guess what? Nashville was closer to Illinois than Montana. So yeah, Bozeman is closer or further away from Nashville than wherever eastern Illinois is located, which must be downstate. I would guess that is downstate somewhere. And so Velfer, they must have done something with that stadium to kind of close it in to make it noisier. Because obviously it's never going to be 110,000 Neyland Stadium, right? But if they can make it closed in enough, because like Seattle's that Qualcomm Stadium, that's not that big, right, Valfera? But it's one of the noisiest places in the NFL because it holds in the noise. So I think that's what they must be doing, Valfera, is basically they must have done something with the architecture and the stands or whatever to kind of hold in more crowd noise. Let me get some of this Indian yellow in here. And of course, your NFL playoffs, your FBF play, and of course your FCS playoffs are all covered on the Wappleville Sports Network. Every pass, every field goal block, every missed snap, of which there were several, every false start penalty, it's all covered here because we report the news before it is news on the Wappleville Sports Network. They have Valfair just as I was saying last stream, right? The time of great darkness is nearly upon us. So January 19th, oh my goodness, that's going to be it's going to be a what would you say, one of those bittersweet days, right, Valfair? You'll have your national championship game, but that'll also be the last game. So that's holding pretty solid there now. Camden, especially if it could print chocolate-covered raisins, right? Camden. Well, of course, that would have a somewhat of an effect on the environment. Here, let me get some of this. Some of this. Even a little bit of our yellow. That's okay. Let me break out our Loki class ship here. So you can see we did sort of create some panel-like texture there. Let me move this. Also that. So that I can see it. Camden, there has been, shall we say, rumblings or so at The Hague about such actions. But of course, here in Wappleville, we claim sovereignty over the lands of Wappleville. Because Valfera, I mean, you would think, Valfera, that, Illinois State fans playing in the Commodores Stadium would not be able to make enough racket to cause. These weren't just 11 false start penalties, Valfera. There was missed snaps. I mean, you could clearly tell that something was not going right. It was like blaringly obvious. Well, we like to think Galactic Overlord, right, Camda? So again, the petty laws of Earth should not apply to Galactic Overlords, wouldn't you say there, Camda? That's yeah, those global laws. That's a bit too provisional for us here. We like to think more intergalactic rather than international. Let me get some of that same So you can see we're already again starting to think Aztecing here. Yep, a little bit of Aztecing going on now. Let's put this away a little. Just trying to lighten this up a little more, but we're just still going to have to wait on that. There's still an awful lot of our glaze stuff in there. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour, 10 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. There was nothing on here. Whatever these things are on these wings of the ship here, I'm not sure what these are meant to be. Yeah, fine, we'll let that get a little bit lighter there. Also, maybe down here. Yep, Uber Yeti, we have to be patient with all of the younger species, right? I mean, those so-called elder gods, I mean, they're mere teenagers for the truly elder gods. Maybe throw a little something here on these engine cowlings for now. Not a ton, just a little something on there. Can see that is mixing all the way because, well, look at that. See that dark stuff on the end of the brush there? Well, we never really said exactly what goes into the secret nature of the chocolate-covered raisins, right, Uber Yeti? It might be a little bit of a Soylent Green situation right there. Let me do this. And then here. Doing this. I mean, you did have the singing grapes back in what was that, in the 80s, I think? I don't even remember what the brand was for. I don't think it was just for raisins, yeah. I don't remember which brand it was, but you had the singing grapes or the singing raisins or whatever they were. Yeah, the California raisins. Let me try to lighten that up a little bit right in there. And then again, now this is starting to set. Some of this is starting to set. It's going to be a little bit easier to get in and work on some of this. But 1 hour, 13 minutes in, we've got ourselves a nice little start here for sure. Again, food production takes resources, right, Camda? Yep, it doesn't come from nowhere. You need a reliable food source. Let me do this here. I might still try to do a little bit of kind of our Aztecing there, but that might also create a nice, interesting difference between the two. So, kind of torn on that one. We'll get it figured out as we go along. I am going to try to now get at least some mid-tone in these areas back here. And again, the paint is definitely starting to set more. More that sets, the easier this kind of micro dry brushing. Oh, there's a new word. There we go, Valfair. There's a new thing, micro dry brushing. I gotta remember that one. That is brand new right there. You heard it for the first time on stream. Maybe the last time if I can't remember. Uber Yeti, if you want to get that out of your head and replace it with something else, I'm sure Camda would suggest going on to YouTube and looking up the 1980s or 1970s San Diego Chargers fight song. That shouldn't leave any scars at all, right, Camda? That will not just like play in your head for the rest of your natural life and maybe the next 3 generations of your family. That would not happen at all, right, Camda? Not at all. No chance of that, right? So yeah, there will be absolutely no harm in listening to that Uber Yeti. Yeah, there will be no sanity damage or anything like that. Obviously Camda is totally fine after hearing that song. It's not like any kind of permanent damage, right, Camda? It's nothing that taking a power drill to your skull cannot alleviate. Valfair, all of a sudden, I started to think, what would Gandalf look like as one of the California raisins? Now, of course, you would think, oh my gosh, are we going to have an entire line of California raisin Lord of the Rings characters? Well, we can't do that yet because we have to do the Lord of the Rings Furbies first. And now, as we kind of draw to more of a close of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, we're about to get into our Lord of the Rings Furbies. Now then, I'll probably go over these cowlings with some of our, at least Van Dyke Brown, if not maybe also some of our burnt umber. Respect the umbar, of course. So now we're starting to lighten up some of this stuff also on the side of the ship there. Oh, and we gotta get our little, here, let's get our strips in here. We'll do them in 2 places. We'll do one here. Come on. And then we'll do another one here. Maybe we'll make this a Ghost Fleet thing or something. There you go, Uber Yeti. Now that is not going to remain in your head for the next, how many months or so, Camda, before that, before you were able to finally, yeah, I think it only took a few months to recover from hearing that, right, Camda? So you should be fine again sometime in February. They would be very tasty morsels there for sure, Velfera. Get rid of all that red out of there. Maybe this one. Okay. I'm gonna try and take away a little bit of that. Also sharpen up the edge on that line. Going this way. Get more of the paint out of that brush there. Yeah, Uber Yeti, it's just It's crazy to think. I mean, that legitimately was what they would play in the stadium and everything else. Got our lighter red, maybe some of the orange in there. And then we'll have to just let this all again have a chance to set here. Just like all of our glazy stuff. Let me try a little bit of a darker gray back in. There we go. And then some of it right in here. I think I'm trying to figure out what some of these items might be down in here. It is kind of hard to tell at times. I think here I can go a little bit lighter. There. So again, this ship here is one of the Aerolon ships. I'll try to make I'll try and print out maybe the Tauron battleship or something like that, and we'll have that for yeah, that might just be the next stream. But later in January and February and March, there's gonna be a lot of Battlefleet Gothic stuff. Whoops, we don't want that all the way in there. I'm gonna take my blending brush to that. Fine, we'll lighten up that too. I mean, of course, it's all kind of mixing together. That too. No problem there, Uber Yeti. Fortunately, streaming does not, right, Uber Yeti? Now, again, depending on what your webcam is, maybe it does, I don't know. Actually, Camda, that was now all of a sudden, Camda, I have this vision of like Attila the Hun dancing to the San Diego Chargers 1970s theme song, because that's not horrifying on its own either, is it, Camda? That's totally not horrifying. Again, as this starts to set, we'll be able to do even more of our kind of secondary dry brush stuff. We got all kinds of things to do on all of these items here. There we go. Well, Camda, when there's this much chocolate-covered raisins, those items are, well, they're really more of a hindrance, wouldn't you say, Camda? Let me do this. Yeah, they're just maybe more of a disaster waiting to happen. Unless they're very dark-colored. Take that a little bit there. And again, no, I think we can. Now, not really going to be sticking to my hand on this too much, but I think now we can have a little bit more contact with it than, say, about 15, 20 minutes ago. How's about we also welcome in Tailscar? How you doing there, Tails? Happy New Year. course, he dares to enter our domain. Teals, how you doing? Of course, Teals, why don't you share some stuff in that chat? We are back to our Battlestar Galactica ships because, well, it's still technically Armada Monday. This was the Loki class. These are both part of the Ghost Fleet. This is actually an Aerolon class ship. We have done a whole bunch of these. I think this is ship number 14. Yeah, this is the 14th one. An hour and 25 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. There was certainly nothing on the base, and there was nothing on our ship either. So there you go. Nice to see you there, White Wolf. So yeah, we have done a whole bunch of these. Here's another one here. Again, these are more part of the Ghost Fleet right here. And again, this is ship number 14. Ship that's hard to believe. 14 of these bad boys. Now, if you check out this link right here, this little video does show you. Hey there, crews. Nice to see you. Happy New Year. So if you check that out,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
that is going to give you a chance to see. Oh, that's not. Now let's bring in actually here. Let's bring in one of our new Lord of the Rings gummy bears. So who would have thought even a gummy bear horse is just as cantankerous as the real one? He's like, I will end you, dude. You should never jump on my back. that's that's almost as bad. Where's our? Oh yeah, here we go. That's almost as bad as our original Gandalf and Shadowfax relationship right there. Let's see what's going to happen here for White Wolf on the big Gandalf 6. Can he get himself a 6? Hey there, Tatley, how you doing? Oh, that was close. That was close. It was right here, and then I got keeled back over into a 3. So thank you so much for the follow there, White Wolf. No problem there, Teals. So everybody, again, please give Teals Scare a follow. And Teals, if you wanted to share something in the chat, I know you got to run. If you wanted to share something, that is fine too. Now again, here is some of the other. These are the latest ones we just painted. So we did Dark Queen Galadriel. We did Gollum. Also Goldberry here. So that was Goldberry. It's again part of our Lord of the Rings gummy beer theme here. We've got ourselves Eowyn and Theoden right there. Now we've got ourselves Saruman and Grima. We've actually painted, what, 26 of these things, 27 of them now on stream. It's pretty crazy. And of course, well, we also do more regular miniatures. Again, these are some miniatures that I made myself right here. A couple of different versions of Eowyn right there. So those were really fun. And of course, sometimes we're also working on our flat. Now, here's one I was just painting in a tutorial video last night, technically earlier today. And we also, of course, have our fabulous 1/1800 scale ships. This is also some stuff that we do on Armada Monday. So we have Gneisenau right here. Yeah, that's one of our 1/1800 scale ships. When we're not doing also Battlestar Galactica ships or Battlefleet Gothic ships. So White Wolf, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Now on our next stream, we are going to be painting some flats. So again, we're going to be painting more flats because Flat Thursday, well, that's in the name, right, Camda? So let's get maybe some even lighter. So let's start to maybe get some lighter stuff on some of the anti-aircraft gunnery here. Let's do that maybe. So thank you so much, Teals, for that rate. And again, everybody, please give Tealscar a follow if you haven't already done so. And again, 1 hour and 1.5 hours ago, there was 0, and by 0 I mean there was nothing on here. Right surface tension, no zenithal, none of that stuff. But look at these lunch bays here, surface tension. Those are rather large lunch bays for sure, wouldn't you say? Yeah, those are pretty sizable lunch bays there. Just think of the kind of shopping malls you can fit in there, surface tension. And So surface tension, I did do the video with these things. We put oil paints in there. They do have like really gigantic agitators in there. Boy, you can hear that thing rattling around in there. They're substantial agitators in there. Surface tension, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Of course. Let me get some more of our light along here. This is still not our lightest light yet. It's 3 hours, and that's usually when we break out the fast matte white and then go that much later. But check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. So Surface Tension, I'm glad all of the nativity figs worked out there. I still want to try and print that out, say in 28 mil or something like that. That would be kind of fun to have in that scale. And I still want to print out like really big ones in FDM and like go super crazy on the painting with them, surface tension, and then have those outside. That's kind of the goal for next Christmas season there. Hopefully that all works out. Yeah, we're just trying to hit some of our anti-aircraft close-in weaponry here for right now. Still waiting on some of the pinline washi stuff to have a chance to set. So yeah, surface tension. I think it would be very fun. And again, that guy's sculpts they're really interesting. Kind of classic, like Renaissance era sculpts, right? The surface tension. Let me do this here. Of course, surface tension. There's a part of me that's tempted to say, okay, what would it look like? What would a Lord of the Rings themed nativity scene look like? Let me grab. There we go. A little bit of that green. Is this going to be dry enough? Well, first, let me just take a little bit of that away. I think we can start to get away with a little bit now of our. No, it's picking up too much of what's there. So let's get rid of that. And now we'll try that again. I wonder. No, we're going to leave the engine cowlings yet another 20-ish minutes or so before we go another round of adding some light in on those. Let's see. And of course, you have to go to everything there, surface tension. You have to have the Roman soldier. You have to have the full gamut of characters. Ironically enough, let's see. I think it was Kurzlook just announced their January figures are now out, and of course, guess what? It's more Harad stuff. So our 50,000 points of Harad is about to expand further. Then I guess. Yeah, that was not. I never really expected that the Harad army would be like even bigger than the Easterlings. Let me work in. There we go. Okay, this is not our lightest light here. Look at this. This is finally set. That was just a sea of thin. See, there's still a bunch of thinner in here yet. And again, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here. Happy New Year. Hopefully, the new year is going great for you. We have all kinds of different things we're working on in the new year here. Especially, again, all of these homegrown miniatures that we're making. And lots of them. Surface tension. I did try to make actually a bust of our one of our the Trench Crusade flat that we did. I actually was able to make a miniature of it and a bust. I think the bust actually was a little bit more. The miniature was kind of interesting too. It's very different than what you normally see. But the bust, I don't know. Are there any Trench Crusade busts out there? I don't think so. I would be very glad if there weren't because that leaves all kinds of interesting possibilities. So now we're starting to get those filled in a little bit more. Now, of course, at a certain time, then we're going to try to get into our actual panel lines. So you can see kind of again where we're headed. This is that Loki class ship. This is one of the earlier ones that we did. And all of these are part of the Ghost Fleet. So surface tension between the whatchamacallits there, the flats. We're talking about at least about 120 designs of the flats. We're talking about at least 30 of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We're probably up to maybe 32-ish now as far as the characters. I've done at least like 4 different versions of A1. Oh, and surface tension, I think I sent you pictures of things like the Shadow Lord. So our Nazgul, basically before and after Nazgul, right? So this is our Kamul before. This is our Kamul sort of during the corruption phase, and then we have another one where he's going to completely turn into a ring wraith. And then I did the Shadow Lord, which was really interesting because again his cloak goes from just like being a regular cloak, although very ornate, to all of a sudden basically like this kind of cloud of sand and dust or whatever around him, and he's fully formed into a wraith at that point. Let's put it this way, surface tension. The test prints alone have consumed basically 6 liters of resin in the last month. Yeah, 6 liters of resin in 1 month. Between, again, all the gummy bears stuff, all the other test prints. And that is all just stuff that basically I made. That I think that is very little of that has to do with anything else other than well my own miniatures there, which is a little bit scary to think, right? I guess surface tension. Would you print it out the same way you printed out that other large one? Basically, print it out vertical, and like before, it'll take a bunch of time, but it should have quite a bit of the detail preserved, right? Surface tension instead of printing it flat. So hopefully that concept would be successful again because it worked pretty well the first time, right? Surface tension. Hey there, Prime Painter. How you doing? So anytime you see this is the only non-craft brush right here. So this is the Princeton Velvet Touch. These are all, everything is a synthetic, but this is the only non-craft brush. You can see this one here again. Okay, so that's a golden maple craft brush. Well, look, here's another golden maple craft brush. Also a craft brush. Royal Ling nickels. Also craft brushes. So the only time, if it's this kind of distinct burgundy colored handle here, Prime Painter, that is going to be a not craft brush. Otherwise, everything else just a much more disposable but also softer craft brush. Let me do this right here. Was that like a Blood Bowl field surface tension that you printed out? I think that was a Blood Bowl field, wasn't it? Let me do this here again, a little bit more right there. Camda, based on how this stuff printed out here, like I said, I'm going to give a try to some of those Babylon 5 ships. Well, just one. I'm going to try one there, Camda. If it doesn't work out, if it's a big disaster, well, then fine. But if it's just a matter of, okay, some of the antennas or whatever don't print or something like that, well, I could always just take pieces of wire or something like that. Now, if the main ship doesn't print out well, then okay, then we'll just give up on it. But I don't know if for some reason there, Camda, I just want to give that a try. I just want to give it a try, see what happens. I need a little something here because there's, yeah, that needs a little bit of shape there. Now, again, we haven't gone to our lightest light in any of these areas yet. Yep, surface tension, give it, like I say, give it some thought. Give it some thought, see what happens. Unless you break it into several small pieces and print it out on a resin printer. If you really want the resolution, I want, fine, we'll do that over here. And then this is going to ultimately need some of our much lighter cores in there. Oh, I think, we can. Speaking of lighter, I can get the lighter engine core in there. Okay. Is nice here. Let me just get this off to the side. So we're going to be doing this in here now. Maybe I'll use this. I don't know. Let me see what happens. Actually, I might even. I got a whole bunch of these. Oh, yeah, this was what I was using to pour that stuff into the. Yeah, that very first one was kind of messy, wasn't it, Camda? You saw how happy I was too that it was that messy. I was quite overjoyed at just what a fracas that created on the table here. Yeah, that made me super happy. Actually, surface tension, one of the things I still want to do for some of my terrain, the photography there, is basically make those kind of like half buildings and quarter buildings and like facades where that's all it is. You're just seeing kind of the facade of the building and that is stuck right up against the backdrop. So it gives you it's almost like a bas relief. It's almost like turning it into a giant flat surface tension. Yeah, so like if you want to have maybe some granimals or part of your stable creche, whatever, and have that like again up some raised detail up against that back wall, who knows? That might do something there. Come on, get in there. Get down in there. All the way down in there. So yeah, that's what I want to do for some of my. Actually, technically, I've already kind of done that. The Army of the Dead backdrop does have a little bit of bas relief to it. I think we have a couple more of a couple more of these to do here with this. Then we have to kind of let that set. Got to get these guys to 1 sec. Okay, that is all of them, I think. All right, now those are starting to get a little bit more of a glowiness going on to them there. All right, so mixing achieved. There's some more of her. Yep, there's some more of these. Okay, so let me go back to this one. And now, well, now we're almost 2 hours in here. Start breaking this down again. This has to be on the thicker side because we still have a whole lot of our thinner kind of pin line wash slash glaze sitting around on here. Is that, yep, there we go. Oh, and there's a row over here too. We gotta remember to get these. There's well, let's see. What was our last one? That was the that fleet repair and resupply vessel that had a couple of Raptors just like sitting out on the platforms there, and we had their little tiny lights on. Yeah, that was super fun. Now we're gonna start to get some of our lighter stuff here all along these little edges here. There's going to be a ton of work over the next hours here on all of this kind of stuff. Boy, there's a lot of open areas here as well. Man. Nice to see you there, Denethor. So, Denethor, if you would like to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Hopefully, New Year's again was very fun for you, Denethor. I think you did have a chance to see our New Year's celebration with our New Year's globe. So again, hopefully all is well there. And again, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. I did do the oil paints in those marker pens, and this is one of the. I was working on this with those. So actually, cammed, like I mentioned in the video, if I had filled, one of those with like the white and another one with that bluish stuff, I could have actually done much more of the painting on that with just the marker things and not necessarily needed the brush for as much stuff. But, now I know that. Now I know that for the future. There you go. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Yep, filled them myself. So Green Stuff World sent a whole bunch of empty ones. There's two different. This is the thicker one. There's like a 0.1 or some a thinner one, and I filled them up with the oil paints. I only did 5 of them because again, it was just a test. I didn't want to like start chucking oil paint into all of them and then find out, well, it doesn't work at all, and then not be able to use them for something else. I will be saving some of those to put darker acrylic ink, just like golden acrylic ink or something like that, so that I can use those with the other regular marker pens or whatever, which have a lot of neat colors, none of which are dark. I didn't require, as far as, like using up a bunch of our thinner, but they had to be pretty darn thin to get in there, Denethor. I want to say essentially almost pin line wash consistency or slightly less. But it was pretty darn close to almost all pin line wash consistency. But since they are oil paints, I can have regular oil paints on the palette and then do the thicker stuff with those. There were points, again, if you watch the video, you'll see where I just kind of set the thing down, the marker brush there, and then just start hitting it with a regular brush or take a blending. Yeah, I even took a blending brush to it. That was pretty weird, I gotta say, Cam, to taking a blending brush to the marker brushes. That was weird. It was one of the things I was planning to do. It just actually doing it was pretty funky, as opposed to just like talking about it. And again, that's a brand new video that's up on the Patreon page now. I just sent out that link earlier today. So again, everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. There we go. That has finally started to set. So now we can start to import a little bit of our Aztecing in here. Yeah, not necessarily a lot, just a little bit. Nah, some more over here too. Let me see what we got going on here with this stuff. That also needs to all be lighter there. Yeah, Uber Yeti, it's kind of difficult, right? If it was summertime, there would be a way to maybe do some homemade smoothies or something like that, right, Uber Yeti? It's not the easiest time of year for being able to do that sort of thing. Of course, Uber Yeti, oh, geez, yeah, that's right. I got to see, I'm hoping maybe this week or next week we actually start to have some tomatoes on our Christmas tomato plant. Yes, the sacred Christmas tomato plant, which has been growing since the summer. Me can get some of our lighter grays up here around our red. We need some more of our lighter grays down here, or mid-tone grays at least. And there you go. We're going to draw in some actual panel line edge. We didn't really do that on our Loki class, though. Hey there, Artemichael. So Artemichael, well, here's hoping that your Blood Bowl stuff continues to go well. And of course, if you want to share some of that in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Erdomichael. Now this is finally in this area starting to. All of our darker glaze things are starting to set, and I can finally get in here now and start to work in some of those areas. Actually, I wonder. Let me. That's fantastic. I know you were kind of not super sure because you hadn't really done uh, played a whole bunch against the Nurgle stuff. So glad that worked out. Hopefully you were still able to get a bunch of star player points there, Artemichael, and maybe get some very interesting skill increases. Because to me, that is the most fun of Blood Bowl. The games themselves, really not all that much fun. What I enjoy is, okay, well, we got this skill. How do we build around that skill? And then how does the whole overall strategy of what we're doing with the team change now with this particular skill set? What was there? There was something. Yeah, that is not helpful, right, Artemichael? And of course, yeah, you would say, okay, I've got regen, right, and it just doesn't do it for you. And other folks, they can regen like crazy, entire teams practically. There was something. It was I think it was like a card sort of based game. I think it was called Blood Bowl Team Manager back in the day. And that was actually enjoyed that more than regular Blood Bowl because it was sort of about again maybe taking some skill sets or something like that. Let me do this. There we are. I think yeah, we'll have to. We still need to wait before we get later stuff in this area right here. try to get this a little. There we go. That was too adventurous there. We'll get rid of that. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But casualties don't equal touchdowns, right, Michael? Last I checked, the team that has more touchdowns is the team that wins. Let me try to here get this up here. A little bit more of our light along the edge of this. Okay, not that way. We're going to have to take that away. So now we're going to take our Loki class ship and just get that out of the way there. Yeah, turn this. There we go. Hit this a little more too, sure. Yeah, I might even try to lighten that a little bit more. That top support, maybe this one too. No, that should be, yeah, let's do that with this here. Right, maybe get a little bit more of the green into that too. There we go. So now we've got one of our micro filbert type brushes going here. Can't ignore everything that's going on here in this ventral side of the ship. But we had to wait. We had to wait to hit any of that. So you can see not as much paint as kind of residue on that brush. That means that this is set pretty nicely. Let me see. Yep, Michael, that's a classic thing there. Now, actually, Uber Yeti, when I saw that there, I thought it was because you were talking about the low carb diet and stuff there, Uber Yeti. All I saw was rice gods, so I thought, okay, that has to do something with the low carb diet then. I wasn't sure what the rice gods had to do with their rice gods had to do with the low carb diet, but I just imagine. I didn't think that was something more about the dice gods there. Who says that the autocorrect monster doesn't have a sense of humor, right? Right, Camda? Yeah, apparently the autocorrect monster has a sense of humor. Ah, there we go. Yeah, we'll still hit that later as well, but haven't been able. There we go. Haven't been able to do this kind of mid-tone dry brushy type stuff here in a while. That's just starting to stand out just enough there. Oh, Armored Wolf, I'm glad that animation was okay. Again, I can, if I have, it would almost be interesting, Armored Wolf, to just have a separate picture of the dice. Because when the dice are there in the image, I think I might have tried to do one where I said, here, redo this image, but take the dice away from the table there. Was it Snap, Crackle, and Pop Surface Tension? Wasn't that the three guys? Oh, and of course we had our three wise men. That's right, in our last gummy bear stream, bringing the gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And I think, wasn't it? Aragorn brought the gold. Pretty sure that the Witch King brought the frankincense, and then the King of the Dead brought myrrh. Oh, no, yeah, I think he brought myrrh. Now you can see all that darker stuff on the brush. So again, we have to come back here, refresh that brush. And now, and look where I'm holding this thing, almost off the end of the brush there. And now you can start to see again a little bit more of some of these details here. On the sides of the ship. See, now a little bit drier there. There's not much residue on the brush. I'm going to try and get some more down in here. Again, that's at least a mid-tone, but you can see there's more of the darker stuff getting on the brush because there's a little bit more of our pin line wash still kind of intact down there. There's much more of it. Look at it. You can see how dark that got. Up here. Where's my, there it is. We will be going lighter with, less paint on that brush. Less paint on there. I think I can finally start doing some of that, but you can see there's some darker stuff getting on that brush. So seeing a little bit there, surface tension. Have a good walk. I'm sure things will be barked at surface tension for sure. Let me get that rolling there too. Now let's see. It's pretty toasty here. It's let me see. It's probably about 1 or 2 degrees Celsius or something like that out there. So it's warm. I think it's also going to be one of those. I don't know about. It may not be a stupid warm week, but it will definitely be warmer. Let me try to work. There we go. Okay. Back into there. Now let me get some of our violet. And we'll also do some of that with the green here. First this. Let's bring that down. That's not a value change at all. It's the exact same value that's already there. However, it's about the color that we're adding there. So thanks for posting the links to the Patreon page, Armored Wolf. Like we've been talking about, the latest Patreon video just put up there right before the stream earlier today. And that was a test of putting the oils into these marker brushes, which again, it had mixed results. I think those marker brush things work better for the oils than for the acrylics because you can still actually do the wet blending with them. And if anything else, they could be a way to get a little more convenient way to get the oil paints somewhere else. Like, especially if you got to get on a plane somewhere. Would you rather bring a whole bunch of tubes of paint, or maybe and a bunch of brushes, or maybe you just bring these and a few brushes, and it's all up to you. Because I mean, the same. Okay, that was just like with this brush here. We're taking another brush and we're just doing this blending stuff here. That's what we can do. We can do this very same thing with the oil paint and the markers. Why couldn't we? It's all oil paint. It's not going to dry fast. Now, of course, the paint that I experimented with in the oil, I keep wanting to call them oil brushers, but the consistency of it was, again, about a pin line wash. Not quite, maybe. So, yeah, Art and Michael, just another one of the stupid warm things. Of course, what's hilarious is that the Google Memories kept showing stuff from February of 2021, and that's actually when we had like all that last big amount of snow. That was in February of 21. Fine, I'm gonna try and get a little bit of light back up there. Some of it here. There's our radiant green, or not radiant green as we like to call it. And then this goes into the Aztecing. But it's again a whole different color. One is more towards the violet, this more towards the green. None of it is white. Let me get a little bit more of that back in here. No. I'm gonna take this. Try and sneak that all the way down in there. And for whatever reason, again, the FDM bases with the hot glue stick just fine to my holders here. The resin bases did not do that. I have no idea what the difference is. It's the exact same base, just printed in a different substance. Right, Grand Oracle. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that, because I could use me some medicine right now. So thanks, Grand Oracle. And again, we did try. I'm pretty sure you probably didn't have the time to check this out, but we did fill these up, Grand Oracle. We filled those babies up, and did actually use them on this flat. And they're definitely way more usable with the oils, Grand Oracle. Not easy to fill, as you could see in that video. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Not easy to fill at all. Not at all. But once there's stuff in there, it did seem to work out okay. And we could do, some of the blending stuff that I thought we might be able to do with those. That's fantastic, Grand Oracle. I do think, Grand, based on what I saw there, I think those could actually be at least helpful on terrain, if not maybe kind of a fun new thing for terrain. That is a video that I'll be trying to film either during this week or next week. This probably next week, since I have to do the episode 5 of series 48. Yeah, episode 5 of series 48 this week. That would probably be filmed on Tuesday. I do have a short video that's coming up. It's kind of the introduction of a long-term experiment with those containers that I talk about on this video. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Actually, Grand Oracle, I think we had a level 2 hype train earlier. So I did get to use the animation. We've actually been able to get some use of that animation now, which is very much appreciated. Okay, I did get the lighter stuff in those engine things. Okay. So level 3 hype train. I think we had what about a level 2-ish, right? Maybe a 1.5 Camda, and then you came in and I think it was during the Zhang's raid, right, Camda, and you dropped down a whole bunch of gift subs there for folks. So appreciate that, Camda. Especially Camda, since well, we've torn through 6 liters. Well, more like 5.25, I would say, since December 4th. Let me do this right here. Yeah, come on. Man, I don't know if I wanted it that much later, but we'll see how that goes. Let me try to lighten up these bad boys a little bit, and then we'll also come back and do some not outlines on, but we'll get some darker shading on the underside or on the. Oh, is it the light was coming this way or something? We still have not got our fast mat weight out here yet. Come on, there we go. Yeah, it came to what, 2 hours, 11 minutes ago. There was nothing on here. Everybody, welcome back. Irid Wife. Now, Irid, you'll be doing the usual Friday, Saturday streams this week, right? And now well, that's right. You got that Gundam that you're working on now. Yes, you got that Gundam that you're working on. But yes, 2 hours and 12 minutes ago, there was no zenithal on this. This was just some brush-on primer that was a mix of, say, Payne's Gray and some black. Some of the, I think it was Prussian blue or the phthalo blue and the black. I think yeah, it was Prussian blue and the black. Some jewelry again. And again, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link, of course, please go ahead and do that. Maybe I gotta go thinner with this. Let me see what that is gonna do. Maybe that was what it was. Okay. Come on, get that line down here. Line comes down there. Everybody again, check out that Pinterest link. Hey, Sakari, how you doing? So Sakari will be, we've got at least 3 more that we'll be doing on Friday. Now, Thursday we'll be doing one of our flats, because Flat Thursday and all. But most likely on Friday, the next gummy bear. I will be printing some more tonight. I got to print out our new Gimli. I've got an Elrond I'm going to print out. We'll see too. If I like the Gothmog file, maybe we try to print that one out. And I still have to redo the Sauron figure. Yeah, I still got to redo that to see if I can get the cloak to finally print. Nah, that is way too late. Let me back off of that a little bit here. Maybe go with something like that. Sakari, if you wanted to post something in the chat, stuff you've been working on, please go ahead. Let me work on a little bit more there. Yeah, okay. Let me take a look at my Loki class here. So again, we mostly did the Aztecing on there, not a whole lot with additional panel lines on that. So I think we might put a few, like larger panel lines in here. And here. Also there. Nice. All right, and here. So everybody check out that trailer there that Sakari just posted on the YouTubes there. So Sakari, I will be working on a showcase video, at least on the major photography of it. Starting out with the miniatures photography, and then working into the terrain photography. You know what? Let me take this violet over here. Because that's mostly, yeah, that was just all from our lighter dry brush stuff that we tried to do. Thanks, Sakari. Here is, and of course, this is the showcase video where we did this. Well, this is one of them. This is actually one of two YouTube channels. There's also the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel that has all of the our past Twitch sessions. So the primary channel there, that's what's got, again, the Army Showcase videos that I've been working on. We've got the Arizona video is on there, as well as the Gandalf video, the Denethor video, and the one that's coming up next is, is of course, Army of the Dead. And I really can't wait for videos like our Kamol the Easterling video because, well, since I've made the miniatures myself, these will be very easy to animate because I have all of the images of them. Because that's oh, thanks, Sakari, appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, there's also more tutorial style videos on there as well. But since all of our past Twitch sessions are going on to the Lindsay Fellowship channel, I figured, you know what, we'll have all the showcase videos be on the main one. Nope, nope, nope. I'm going to turn this around and we'll go that way with it. There we go. Thanks, Sakuri. And of course, well, our AON one is also going to be the same way because, well, I've been printing out the AON images that were originally just created to have as animations to go along with the video just to tell the story. And oh, there's also going to be a showcase video for all of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Once I hit 30 painted gummy bears and they're all ready for their final photography, as in they're all dry and flocking foliage, well, then we'll make that showcase video. That is not what that was not what I intended, Uber Yeti. I never thought I was going to have a showcase video of Lord of the Rings gummy bears. one of the last things I thought I would be doing with those type of videos. Trying to make this a little lighter again. This is still not our lightest light here by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, fine. We'll just make that lighter. Let me do this right here. Sakari, what I would like to do is, well, I'm going to take the various environments of Middle Earth, much like that. Oh, and I've been sending this to some folks. I did a basically a gingerbread version of Edoras. Well, mostly Medjuseld, so it's gingerbread Useld. So what I want to do is have different locations of Middle Earth as basically as a gummy landscape, and then put the gummy bears in there. Yeah, Uber Yeti. I never imagined that I would, because what was the original batch was, I think we had 5 of these, maybe, I think in the original batch, maybe 6, and it was a struggle just to get to the 6. And of course, the first ones were nowhere near as elaborate or as nifty as our new ones were. So that has been really that's been super fun. And of course, well, we also have the Furby, the Lord of the Rings Furby characters, which might even be more elaborate than the gummy bear ones. Now, of course, I do believe Flat Third. Well, we'll stick to the Battlestar Galactica theme. Yeah. Whoops, that's not the one. Where's Guilty Boltar? That's not Guilty Boltar. Where's Boltar here? But we'll be painting that one up. There it is. So that is going to be on our Thursday stream right there. And that's the first of the new style flats that have much more dimension to them. So yes, Sakuri, I thought something along those lines. And actually, the theme song was very interesting because I was not thinking whimsical. Imagine like a whimsical Lord of the Rings style orchestration. There's some parts of it that almost have a bit of a serious sound, and then all of a sudden you get back into the more whimsical sound, and then you kind of drift back into something that's almost a little bit more of a serious type sound, and then back to the whimsical again. Sakari, I can't wait for you to see the Army of the Dead showcase video. That's probably going to be posted again on Wednesday sometime, because that's going to be the first one where I take my painted terrain and animate that. So it's not just going to be a photo backdrop for the miniatures, it's actually going to be animated. So that's going to be super fun. Essentially, I made like a before version, before it became the City of the Dead. Because the whole point of it is to kind of show the kind of the different stages of the dead men of Dunharrow. Now, Sakari, ultimately, where's my? Oh, here we go. What I want to have is Wapelius Spellbrush basically walking through my various terrain uh, setups there. It's like he's taking a little bit of a walking tour kind of like yours, right, Sakari, where you're basically taking a walking tour through your diorama. So now definitely starting to get some of our lighter Aztecing going here. We're going to go much lighter with some of this. Because again, that's had a chance to set much more. I'm also going to be doing some showcase video, well, kind of like the Arizona one, but that's going to be more for entire fleets. And that'll be our 1/1800 scale ships. Actually, Camda and Uber Yeti, I wasn't sure if you guys recognize in the latest Instagram post, there's a little bit of a difference in the backdrop. Well, you would recognize that, right? That's the backdrop that I did for that one painting video. And that was actually for the 1/1800 scale ships, but now I'm starting to use it more and more for just the regular miniatures too. Yeah, 3:16 a.m. Artemichael. I mean 2:16 here, but obviously out there 3:16. Welcome back, Elfo. How are you doing? Happy New Year still. I know you've seen a few streams now into the new year. And of course, Uber Yeti, I did not think that I was going to be able to use the Battlestar. Well, actually, you know what created the whole thing, Uber Yeti, was getting that mirrored turnaround, that mirrored table there. Yeah, that was kind of the big key, was getting that because it reflects the backdrop. This down around this. I didn't think it was going to work out that way. That was not part of the plan. So Sakari, you need a few different things together. You're at least going to need something like GPT and Grok, or GPT and Skyrails, or even Meshi and Skyrails, because Meshi actually does some very nice, very realistic versions. If you take a picture of your miniature and you bring it into there, and it'll actually clean it up and make it look realistic. And it's a little bit like that, Uber Yeti, for sure. So yeah, Sakari, basically, if you look at the Battlestar Galactica video, there's actually it wasn't this ship. It was another one of the Ghost Fleet where we basically took the ship and I brought it in and I said, okay, make this ship look very realistic. Light it like it was actually part, in space, in a movie, whatever. And then obviously change the backdrop to it's in orbit around a planet. Well, and then you animate that. So you animate that now the planet is in motion, the clouds are moving. You have some kind of maybe a star in the backdrop or something like that that's doing a lens flare effect. I am sort of hoping that maybe eventually I'll be able to even do a tutorial video on the Patreon page, because photographing miniatures is part of. I've done a few Patreon videos. Again, one of the more recent videos was making three different painted backdrops, I think. No, it was two. It was the stuff for the ships, and then another one for the Galactica stuff. Gotta get this lighter there. And there. Okay, so now I gotta sew some better edges there. Now, of course, all of this stuff, it's going to be very pricey. Between Skyrails, Grok, Meshi, GPT, Suno, all of those. Yeah, that's going to cost you a bunch of money every single month. Yeah, I know that those stupid TikTok and YouTube and whatever ads say, oh yeah, do all this stuff for free with one click. Now, it don't work that way. Nothing is free, and nothing happens in one click, right, Camda? What happens is pain. That's what actually happens. Let me get more of our light along there, and actually this too, maybe. Maybe we have to go the other way with that. Not sure. Don't have to worry about it now because we are only 2.5 hours in. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the links to our YouTube channels and Instagram. So the Linseed Fellowship, that is the other YouTube channel. That is where, well, stuff like this is going to reside. All of the gummy bear painting episodes, guess what? Those are all on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Um, I think there's already at least like two of them up there. I think a third one is supposed to go up either tonight. Actually, I think it might already just come up. Yeah, I think it was on the 6th. So I believe there is a brand new Lord of the Rings Gummy Bears video on the Linseed Fellowship channel as we speak. It 2 hours and 21 minutes ago. If it went up when it was scheduled, which was midnight my time, so almost as I started going live here. Let me hit you again. Yeah. Here. More of that down here. Hey there, recoil. And that's when it doesn't try to shut you out like Skyrills is doing, right? Recoil. So recoil. Actually, Rico. Speaking of which, did you have a chance to mess around with any of the B5 uh, miniature stuff? Because or BSG. I gotta try and do some of that recoil. Uh, Probably not. Well, today, as in Tuesday, but I think Wednesday I'm gonna give that a try. Recoil. So great to see you there, recoil. Let me get some lights on the edges here. Also, recoil. I was telling Camda I'm going to try to print out one of the Babylon 5 ships and just see what happens. I mean, again, it could be a total disaster and it looks terrible, or maybe it's usable. It might be usable. Only one way we'll know, right? Recoil. Let me see if we can sneak in a little more light on this side now. That's great there, recoil. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I've been trying to work on things, well, like the Shadow Lord and what was the other? Oh, the Dark Marshal. Yeah, recoil. That I've got some very interesting preliminary images of the Dark Marshal. That should make for some very interesting miniatures. Let me do one here. Yeah, we'll do that. Come on, a little bit more there. Yeah. This now, yeah, that's oh yeah, that really has set much more. That'd be fantastic. Recoil, actually, recoil. I was thinking of, what you know what? Should I do, gummy bear Babylon 5? I'm just imagining seeing like Delenn as a gummy bear, or a Jakar and Londo as gummy bears. Recoil. That would be hilarious. So Sakari, I already have tutorials. I've got at least, well, 4 or 5 now on how I created these. So these are actually part of my Patreon page. So not only the photography process, but also the creation process of the miniature, then the base, then the painting of it. Here's another one. This is also, again, this is already part of the Patreon page, as the gummy bears are too, and of course this was one of the, like the I think this was 2 videos ago. Yeah, this again, I made this bust myself. That is also part of the Patreon page. Let me do this here. So yeah, that's already part of the Patreon page there. And also too, the files themselves, like I was saying earlier, if you're on the Patreon page, then once again, I get all the test prints done and make sure that the figures are actually printable, because that's the little caveat there that people don't know. You know, when they want to start up their My Mini Factory Patreon page thing, and they don't realize that they spend almost as much time making test prints or more than they do of actually sculpting the miniatures themselves. That's kind of the unwritten part of doing that sort of thing. So Sakari, it's a little bit too right now. It's a bit too hit or miss, and it takes so many different platforms. So it takes about 3 to 4 different platforms in unison just to get any kind of usable animation. Yeah, if there was only one platform, that'd be one thing. But it's when you're having to bounce around between several different things, that is it's very difficult to film that, and you never know what you're going to get, because you can have what you think is the best prompt ever, and it's very logical, right? Recoil. How many hours did you spend on, what was that, the minute and a half Vox Imperium video there, Recoil? Actually, it was a few days. So yeah, that's why I just kind of focus on the miniature creation part. The animation part, well, what would you say? It can be almost like a 6-to-1 ratio there, Recoil, of attempt to something that's usable. Let me do more of our light in there. There we go. Because it's all about that prompt, right? Recoil, and all it takes is one word, and the it interprets it way differently than you think it should be interpreted. Yeah, for sure. Anything that says blue glow, well, basically there's going to be blue flames coming out of there, or smoke. Because for some reason it interprets glow as smoke or flames, not just glow. And also too the swearing, right? The right recoil. That's a that's another reason why I probably wouldn't be at least initially doing videos for that animation yet. Because you talk about the black speech of Mordor, holy smokes. Nope, Camda, it doesn't understand that. It would just, there would be nothing. Basically, Camda, what you have to do is spend about an extra half an hour writing all the things you don't want. So you basically have to say, don't do this and don't do that. You can't just say, I want it like this. You have to say, well, I want it like this, but also don't do these other things. It's kind of like, well, it's that whole petulant teenager thing, right, Camda? where the teenager says, well, you didn't say I couldn't do that. And you say, well, the whole idea of you couldn't do that was inferred. But yet, since it wasn't officially stated in the contract, they decided to interpret the contract differently, right, Camda? That never happens with teenagers. Right, Recoil? Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted the crowd reacting to a speech, and everybody in the crowd did the exact same thing at the exact same time. It looked freaky. I could only watch it once, and I had to delete it. It was that freaky to see everybody in the crowd doing the same exact thing. Yep, Uber Yeti. It takes many hours, and that's why Uber Yeti. I'm bouncing around between 5 different devices. Yeah, 2 of the devices, they're doing one part of it. There's another device doing another section of it. Here, let's start to do some panel lines. There's some actual panel lines. It's about that time. So basically, you only find out all of these things the hard way, because you'll have to say, why in the world did you do that? It says, well, I interpret things this way. Yeah, let's. That was a little too far up. Mm, there. And it also depends on the image as well. And of course, on that Babylon 5 video, Sakari, where the guy is at the memorial wall, that took that one scene, 5 seconds long, 6 seconds long, that took the better part of a day. Let's put it this way, it took about 1 hour and 40 minutes to get the thing to put a left hand on a left arm instead of a right hand on a left arm. And I have eyewitnesses or ear witnesses to it because Kathy's family was on the phone with me while I was trying to do that. What's interesting, surface tension, is when you say it like, okay, so why exactly are you screwing this up? These simple instructions. Sometimes it'll be apologetic, and then there's other ones that basically turn it on you. They're like, well, it's because you said this. It's again, that's like a petulant teenager, right, Camda? It will literally say, well, I did it because you said this. And you're like, no, actually, I didn't say that. I explicitly told you not to do that. Again, hence the whole teenager thing. Now, here we're going to try and get ourselves some more wee little panels here. Maybe even running through the red line there. Another bit of panel lineage here. There we are. And we don't want it, again, to be just like a series of bricks or something like that. That's not really what we're looking to do. And let me get back to more of my paint here. That's it. That is it. And down here. Okay, so yeah, now we're starting to break that up into, again, non-existent panel lines. Ooh, what about something here? So recoil, that the gummy bear, what would you say, orchestration song that I sent you there. I think I did 10 different versions of it, and in like 20 different ways, it was told no voices, no choral, no nothing, no human voices at all. And I'm sure you'll be totally shocked, Recoil, that half of them had human voices in them. I'll see you later there, Arid. Arid, why don't you share your link one more time? And again, everybody please give Arid a Kilwife a follow. And Arid does some fantastic jewelry, Gundams, all that kind of stuff. So be sure to give Arid a Kilwife a follow. And check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. And Arid will be streaming Friday and Saturday night this week. So be locked in, loaded, ready to go. And there we are. I might try to paint one of our Camulfers. I might maybe try to paint up this one or something like that on our Saturday stream, just for funsies. Yeah, there's a whole, jeez, there's a whole bunch of test prints that I gotta make. So I think I might have to, I think Recoil, I'm gonna have to get me another container of resin since I'll probably be over the next 24 to 48 hours wiping out what's left of that container. So I better get one tonight. Surface tension, sometimes it adds, sometimes it subtracts. It giveth and taketh away, says surface tension. Speaking again of autocorrect, actually, Recoil, I think I did send you the, oh yeah, I sent you a photograph of the screen. I've done a couple of free retries. Now here, see that? We're putting again some more panel lines in there. So I'm going to take a look at, again, which one might be the best one for printing. Come on. Nope, that's good. There we are. Let me work you in this way here. And I think that comes down, yeah, it comes down this way. So recoil, I figured that the bottom part of that point, that's something that I'll just add maybe a wooden block or something like that instead of also printing that out and using up more resin, or print out some FDM that could be used for that. But recoil, I'm really anxious to see what I can get printed out for that Trench Crusade bust. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Not sure, again, how that's going to turn out. You never know with these things, right, Recoil? Somebody was sending me pictures. They wanted me to make files of them for printing, and I said, well, those sunglasses you're wearing there, you're not going to like how it interprets those. And I just did one just to kind of show him what could happen. He's like, wow, you weren't kidding. He's like, that is a nightmare. Yeah, let's just say it did not interpret the sunglasses as sunglasses because you could still see his eyes. Yeah, he looked very demonic. That was not quite the result he was expecting. Let's put it this way. We know better now, right, Recoil? The big thing, Recoil, is the backpack. Remember the AON figure where I printed the shield separately? Now, I think I'm not going to try and do panel lines on this. At least not now. We can always change our minds on that later. We're still only not even 3 hours in. We can decide. Don't have to decide right now. Also, this stuff gonna have to get more of our lights on it, but no, I'm actually gonna put some darker things around all of this stuff, all this piping here and such, this conduits, or these conduits, because I do words, right, Camda? Oh, jeez. Wow, recoil. I looked up and I'm actually recoil. That was a weird deja vu. Because I looked up with that thing and it's like, we do words. And I'm like, okay, was I actually reading that off? Did I somehow look at that and not realize it and read those words? Because I do words, right? Recoil. Now, what order I do those in and how well they are translated, well, that's a whole nother issue there. It is not up to me. Let me see if I can't break that into a few smaller ones here. There we go. They can be quite the level 20 challenge, right, Uber Yeti? I think I also need to replenish the monster energy, so I might have to get some of those and some more resin. Yeah, we are tearing through that with all of our gummy bears and all these test prints that we're doing. I'm gonna have to get me some more. You know what? I might try. Yeah, let me try doing some of that now. Here, let me put Disca over there. Let me maybe grab one of these. Come on, this one here. I'm gonna grab me some of this violet. Ooh, here we go. Oh, we haven't used this in forever, Camda. Phthalo green violet shade. We haven't done that in a while. Or phthalo violet green shade. Yes, it's been quite a while. That's actually Camda. All kidding aside, you know those crazy. Oh, this was a mixture of Indian yellow and Mars yellow deep in here. That is the one advantage of these, right? That none of the other marker things let you do. So we could actually mix up our phthalo violet green shade, Camda, and stick that in one of the markers. I'll have to do that. I'll have to do it. And even our paint container things. Yeah, Camda, there's a part of me that likes that because then we could literally just say, okay, they're Wapo oils. These specialty paints that you can't get anywhere else, which means they should be hundreds of dollars, Camda. All right, so Camda, how much would you pay for Radiant Violet Phthalo Green, or no, Phthalo Violet Green shade? Yeah, Radiant Phthalo Violet Green shade. That name just flows right off the tongue, right, Camda? That's for sure. Recoil. Oh, can I find? Is that easy to find here? I don't know if that is one that's easily reachable. The Terror Verte. Is that down here? No, it's not in there. Oh, weird. I don't know where that is. Surface tension. It's kind of gotten shoved to the background, I think. Yeah, it's good old Terror Verte, right? Surface tension. It's the most terrifying color on the palette. If the Prussian blue is the most industrious yet militaristic color on the palette, I think we would have to say that the Italian Terror Verte is the most frightening color. Actually, recoil. You know what I should do? We need to. We could animate this here, um, just like we did for this. Yeah, recoil. We have to. We have to animate the omni-channel logo. I'm trying to think what kind of animation, what the ultimate goal is that we would like to see in that animation. So Camden would well, it would certainly be more valuable than Yinmin Blue. And what's Yinmin Blue? Wasn't that like a Series 9 or something like that? So it would have to be actually. Here you go, Camden. All of the Wapo oils start at Series 12. That's the introductory. Those are the student grade colors. How's about that, Uber Yeti? The Wapo oils start at Series 12, and that's the student grade. Now, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this is the lighter. Let's basically radiant magenta and the phthalo green. This is a neat color. That is very interesting. I'm not joking around. This could be. Hmm. This might have to go into one of those brush markers there. Yes, and of course Uber Yeti. It's this is Chicago. Those are certainly not called bribes. That's just administrative costs. Those are not bribes at all. Actually, surface tension. I think on the website it actually says if you have to ask, you can't afford it. I'm pretty sure that's what it says right there on the website. There, surface tension. Yeah, it's a different approach to marketing. It's innovative. It's a bold strategy, but it just might work, right? Recoil here. Let me do some more of this. So that's an interesting little. Oh, I need more thinner in that too. It's almost. It's not an ice blue. I'm just trying to even describe what this is, Camda, but it is kind of interesting. I'm sort of liking that. Now, actually, Camda, that is something that I've seen. I've seen animated, but that would be hilarious, right? We could animate our brushstroke, and it just it's the land. It's the Spacegate brush, Camda. We have a tartan brush. We have a Spacegate brush. We have an Aztecing brush. You just paint it and automatically it has Aztecing. Yes, that's what we should advertise. Well, surface tension, as long as your selection of footwear and your proximity to open bodies of water don't conflict, I don't think you would have anything to worry about. I don't think you would have anything to worry about. Now look at that, we're getting some. Oh, look at that! You can see that kind of weird greenish shade in there, but it's got a little bit of bluishness to it. That's pretty wild. I'm liking that a bunch. I'm gonna putting some of that down here, and I'm gonna putting some of that over here. By these engines there. Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Oh gosh, there's been some other stuff that I've seen that kind of does that same stuff, right? Camden, I can't remember what it is. Recoil, it's kind of like, well, a rather exclusive. Oh, it's all about exclusivity. That's it. That's it. Recoil. I mean, people don't want stuff that they can have. People want the stuff they can't have, so you have to give people what they want, is the stuff they can't have at prices they can't afford. There you go. Boy, this is again, it's a I'm just trying to think in all seriousness, what would I say? Okay, it's kind of this color, it's a kind of this. It's got a little bit of bluishness to it. What's weird is it still keeps some of the green even with the basically being mixed with this magenta. It still manages to keep some of that green. Now I'm going to try to, there we go. So now I'm trying to turn some of these into separate little Aztec type panels in there. Let's see. So Rico, also for some reason in the checkout process, you're also asked about, if you like to invest in some oil fields somewhere. Yeah, some oil fields in Tennessee. Nice to see you again, Flea. How you doing? So Flea, we're trying to kind of create some rules around our Battlestar Galactica ships. The thing is, we need to get some Cylon ships, and actually, I did try to make. Remember Recoil? I tried making a base star, and it did not work out at all because the base star is it's two very different ships stuck together. It is not like, okay, you do the top side, you print out another top side, you mirror that. No, it is not like that at all. Ooh, I'm using that same. Again, it's all kidding aside. It is like radiant phthalo green. No, radiant violet phthalo green shade. Or yeah, it is. It's got a little bit of all these different properties to it. So yeah, actually, Recoil, I was able to get some nice images in Meshi of the ships, but once I tried to say, okay, here now make it into something, oof, it was a disaster. It was very much a disaster. It was very disappointing. I wasn't expecting it to be, you know, perfect or anything, but boy, there was nothing even remotely usable. Let me try. Now here's one we haven't done. So this is the cobalt blue stuff here. I'm gonna bring this over here because again, this has much more red in it, right? So we're gonna take this and I'm gonna do a couple different things. I'm gonna take me this phthalo green first, and we'll combo that together. Boy, that's almost starting to look. I was gonna say, is that Severus blue there? No, it's not quite Severus blue. But it actually turns it more bluish. That is not what I expected by essentially adding green to a reddish blue. That is not really what I was anticipating. But you can really see it. Let's see that right in there. Okay, well, now we got a lot more of it there. Wrong blending brush. There we go. No problemo. Boy, that was That was some intensive modeling skills there, Recoil. Yeah, that was some good stuffs there. Actually, Recoil, if you wanted to share that in the chat so folks could take a look-see at that, that was very, very impressive for sure. All right, get me some of that in here. So yeah, this is a little bit different than some of our. Oh, I'm gonna try to push a little more of that down there, and then now okay, I can finally safely rotate this thing over. I was a little leery of doing that before because I had to take a little different approach to the gluing process of this guy here. Yeah, not quite the usual approach. Had to use the liquid green stuff from Green Stuff World because I, well, can't locate the green stuff here. There is more on the way. I mean, I needed more anyways. I know exactly when I got, well, I don't know exactly when, but I know the last time I bought green stuff was in 2020. So that stuff's 5 years old, and even though it's been in a plastic bag, it's getting a little crispy in some places. So check out that link there that Rico just shared. And again, there's some very impressive modeling skills to be found there. Indeed. No, 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 no. Let me try this here again. So, and you can see we've made kind of a, there you go. You can see kind of a micro filbert brush out of this here. Now look at, well, we only got 2 fingers on this brush. There. Is this one of those? Yeah, it's one of those golden maples. These triangle brushes, Cam, I have to say, weren't we talking about this? That they sort of promote this idea of holding it back here is actually kind of on the comfortable side. More so, maybe, than the standard brush handles. I don't know. Now, of course, the bestest brushes of all are the bristle-free brushes. Now, the doubters would say, well, that's just a stick. But of course, we know better, right, Recoil? It is definitely beyond just a stick. It has many possible uses. Could be used for mixing your texture paste. Could be used for mixing oil paint. Could be used as firewood in an emergency situation. Now, actually, Camda, I can remember back in 2020 on stream, telling the story of at the academy how they just took the brush away from you if they saw your hands on that metal ferrule. And we did suggest the electrification of the ferrule. People, they seem to not like that very much. Now, as a teacher, of course, Camda, the benefit of that is that you would know when your instructions were not being clearly adhered to by the number of people saying "ouch." This that's still just way too dark there, but I had to wait to get, so now I can actually get me some paint on there. I could not get any paint on there before. Yeah, recoil, and actually recoil. If you also sharpen the end, you could use it for fishing. You could sharpen the end of it, put it on a broomstick or something like that. And now again, in a survival mode, you could go spearfishing. I mean, how many paintbrushes can actually save? Oh yeah, there we go, Cam. It's the paintbrush that could keep you alive. Now, where does this end? You gotta be careful. There's actually another little piece of something right there. Also, this can't get too light. This is getting borderline too light, although we are gonna go later up there as well. That's the other benefit of oil paints, right, Camda? We don't have to worry about the whole water and electricity mixing. Um, Speaking, oh, here, let's, now let me just get the paint out of this bad boy here, and let's try our lighter stuff here. And of course, Camda, if you have fluorescent paint on the end of it, you kind of use that to attract the fish, kind of like a bait. Don't some of those baits have the it's got a little bit of sparkliness to it, right? To make it kind of look like the scales of a small fish. This definitely needs to be a whole lot lighter right along here. Hmm. Oh, actually, well, we are in hour 3. I could break out the fast matte white too. We're there's a couple of places that could be pretty handy stuff. Yes, it's all about that contrast, right? Right? I wonder. That is still a little bit too soggy there. Oh boy, that's actually. Let me try this. That sort of kind of. Yeah, it's not the worst. Let me try this elsewhere here. Nice to see you there, Diadems. Happy New Year. Hopefully, the New Year is treating you very well there, Diadems. Now, before I forget, because I will, let me take this guy. No, this guy here. We're gonna do some dry brush here of these engine cowlings. I think I actually need a little bit of thinner there, because these darker means the glow is glowier, because that's a word, right? Right, Camda. So great to see you there, Diadems. Yeah. Let's continue that here. So I think actually next week I would really like to do that Tauron battleship next week, and then that'll give me an extra week to have the more of the battle fleet gothic stuff prepped, and then we can get into that the week after, and then you're gonna probably be seeing a decent amount of the battle fleet gothic stuff. Thank you so much, Diadems. Happy New Year. Where's our? Oh, here we go. Here it is. So we continued the New Year's Eve tradition, Diadems. And of course, wherever we painted a certain weather pattern on the globe, that is what actually happened in real life. Because, of course, we not only if we have the power to bring entire galaxies in and out of existence, right, Camda, altering the weather on a single tiny planet should be no problem for us. Ooh, wait a minute. That's a little darker than I wanted it to be. There we go. Okay. Come on, a little bit more on that cowling. Boy, oh boy. Now that makes those things seem a whole bunch lighter for sure. Might even get a little bit of that along the edge here, back edge of the hull. Sure enough. And now we're going to take, maybe not this brush because there's a little too much of our grayed down stuff there. How about maybe this guy? Sky blue, and maybe let's bring in the Prussians here. Brought in a teensy bit of the Prussians. And that gets a little darker, which should also make our engine interior seem lighter. Also, we can get some of that out here. Sort of like a little bit of a source lighting glow there. Yeah, recoil. I'll try to get some pictures of those. It's a different kind of looking Battlestar for sure. Recoil, but yeah, there's a couple of Tallron ships. Now this is an Aerolon ship here. There's a couple of there's a couple of Geminon ships, and there was also a few from Score. I don't think there was any Pycon ships, although Pycon Pi is really nice this time of year, right? Recoil, yeah. It's healthy for you. It's got nuts in it. Nah, those wouldn't get the same source lighting down there. I still haven't recoil. I still haven't been able to watch that because again, that first DVD don't know where it is, so can't really see that till I find that first DVD. Unfortunately, I'm gonna yeah. What the heck? I'm just gonna roll here with some of the. That is a little bit of our Pearling Crimson to do some of the darker reds there. And that actually recoil. I need to watch. Well, just even for that, right? I mean, they would get Elrond to run for their money, wouldn't they? Recoil. Come on. There we are. Might torquing that down a bit too. There's my brush. Now we were saying 3 hours. Fastman White can make its appearance. There it is. Because it's certainly time for some of these areas to really start getting some of their later lights and these were some of the other things. Those are the banners I was telling you about. Recoil, a couple of different designs. That's the same there, and then also too. There's hanging banners, and then there's these. So this is another little test thing that I made. So that's for I almost said Medjugorje, but I can make some of those for Medjugorje too. But that's for the palace in Minas Tirith, of course, for the Great Hall. Here we go. Yeah, whoa, that really does stand out. The recoil, it's most likely found its way into a different box. It could be like in some of the other Battlestar Galactica boxes. So I'll have to, well, just have to find all the boxes, put them all together, open them all up, and I'm sure a bunch of them are. Yeah, boy, that man, look at how different that is. Oh my god, because that's what that looked like just there a second ago. So we're gonna try to get some light on these edges here. Yeah, Rico, actually, Rico, the printing out this one here makes me wonder if I should. That's why I'm gonna give one of the B5 ships a try. Because let's put it this way, way more of this printed than I ever thought would print. I think recoil sometimes it's like prompts It's if you can get just the right prompt, you can maybe avoid some of the annoying things or something, if that makes any sense. Now, the same deal we did. Oh, we had actually a couple of our close-in defense arrays here. We need to get those too. Also, then there's these things. Yeah, all of this stuff here, I did not think any of that was going to print out whatsoever. Somehow it did, and I thought, well, okay, I'll give it a shot. If it doesn't work, yeah, I'm not going to try to print out 10 Babylon 5 ships. I just try to print out the one. If it works, great. If it doesn't, no big deal. There we go. But yeah, that's another reason why I got to get me another thing of at least one more container of resin. Right quick too. So I'll have to get that after the stream. Boom. Some of these, yeah, let's get the ends of these later now. There we go. Now those are starting to stand out much more. So diadems, I hope that New Year has gone well for you. And of course, diadems, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Come on, there we go again. This is all part of our Aztecing here. Try some more of this lighter stuff on the this dorsal side, like here. Another one here. And yeah, we don't want it to be like straight up Lego bricks. We're trying to make, again, the different shapes here, not like they're just kind of laid one on top of the other, like a neat little brick or stone formation or something. We'll attack them this way. Okay, there was one there. All right. Now that kind of got, again, wiped out a little bit by my finger there, but I knew I was going to be come back to paint that anyways. Let's try to find some lights on top of these. How about you as a blending brush? No, nope, gotta get rid of some of that cleaner first. Alright, paper towel, done that. And boom, there we go. And I'm going to do the same on this side here. And then the same up here. Blending brush, where you at? Same here. Don't even need the blending brush there. It's just already doing all the mixing for me. That's, well, among the many things post-stream tonight, getting prints going is another priority. A lot of photography, a lot of printing, a lot of meshy work, an awful lot of, well, it's a good thing for Grok, right, Recoil? Gee whiz, where it would be, we'd be kind of in a little bit of doo-doo, right, Recoil? If there was just sky reels. And I have to tell you, Recoil, it must have heard me talking about me trying to get rid of it, because the last several, I would put the same prompt Recoil in one and then the same prompt in another, and I gotta say, I was, now of course, you can only do 6-second animations instead of 8, but I wasn't getting anything usable with the 8s, so what the heck. I'd rather splice together a couple of 6s, right, Recoil? And of course, those 8-second ones cost 32 credits apiece. Mm, yeah, well, let me see. Let me see again. Well, this is the fast mat weight. I'm hoping. Ah, there we go. All right, that's what I was wanting. That's what we needed there. Ah, that is just what we needed there in that. Now, let me also... Nah, I'm going to keep going with the fast mat way. Let's keep rolling with this. Keep on a rolling. I keep forgetting recoil that it does images too. It's been a while since I tried to use it for that. Oh, look at that. So all of these areas starting to get much more juicy there. Ah, that's fantastic, Uber Yeti. And of course, Uber Yeti, I'll let you know right away about those. I'm pretty excited about the 16. I wish I had one in here to show you there, Uber Yeti. It's just I can't get to them from here. But I kind of like those 16 wells because again, the size of them, it's a nice size, and I think it'll hold more than enough paint for it. If you go into a convention for just a couple of days, that should be more than enough paint. Or if you're just going to a game store there, Uber Yeti, to do like one of your classes or something, that should be more than enough to take care of that session. I mean, if you're painting an entire piece of terrain, maybe not, but if it's a regular miniature bust or something like that, it should be enough. Now, yeah, and now we're gonna start getting some of these. I had to wait the longest on these because some of our darker glaze stuff was really sort of hanging around there, and I really needed to wait for that to set. Now it is, and now I can come back in there. And again, this is the part I knew I was going to be spending a while on all of this little fidgety stuff down in here. Uh, yeah, this away. Like so. Some light there. Actually, let's fill that in a little bit more too. When this, all of this here, we're going to try and bring out a lot of this. Kind of like what we've been doing here on the back of our ship. And Uber Yeti, there's so many different kinds. There's even, it's like the exact same thing, and sometimes you can find the exact same thing for different prices. And it's not even like the same brand, so to speak, but it's literally the exact same thing. No, 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 no. I'm gonna hold it this away so I can get that. And again, there's all of these like crazy conduit things here. And again, if all of these are gonna print out the way they did, I think I might be able to get away with some of those B5 ships recoil. Because, we don't have enough other stuff to print out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's do that. All right. And that. Also here. There we are. Okay. I think we did this on the other side. Not sure if these are more gun arrays here. What those are meant to be. Oh, and by the way, these files are free on Thingiverse, not my manufacturer, Cold 3D, but on Thingiverse. Do that. Yep, there was it. That side. That should be lighter too. Again, look, we're holding this, but I only got 2 fingers on it. That is it. Just 2 fingers. Now these guys, then we start to go back on some of those too. But all of these crazy little arrays right here, they look a little bit like mouse traps. Let's get these bad boys here. They almost looks like some kind of energy coils or something. Like so. Let's do this now. Poof. Yeah, let's tighten up these lines here. More, I mean, really, 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 really tiny little conduits and such here. Another one there. Then we got these 3, and then, no, we didn't do those on the other side yet. And I figured ultimately a lot of our time is going to be spent in this area for obvious reasons. You know what? I'm going to try to lighten this up a smidge a little more here for a little bit of separation with the red there too. Yeah, we needed to do that. Maybe make that a little lighter also, and then this. Do we have one of these on the Loki class ship? No, we haven't. There was another. I forget which ship it was that had some of these. Let me get this. Some of our phthalo green there as well. Here, this almost like a radar dome or something here. So I'm gonna get that the darker green first, or greenish. We're in there, and now let's go lighter. Say with this. Let's get the close-in weaponry there. Also some more of our light here. Gotta thin that down a little maybe. Now we're talking. Come on. One more edge down here with this lightest stuff. Might even have to come back with maybe just some straight up phthalo green, I guess, here too at a certain point. Yeah. Sure, I'm just gonna maybe really go strong with lightening that up. There we go. Now, of course, Rico, it would be interesting if I'm doing that Baltar flat on Thursday. If I can get me some Battlestar Galactica miniatures ready to paint, maybe we'll paint those on Friday and Saturday. Never did the edges on this side. We did them on the port side, not on the starboard side. That didn't quite go where it was supposed to, so we're just going to kind of wipe that away. And we'll give it another shot here. Now this will get some more violet there. A little lighter, but not being super light. Yeah, we kind of got that back here already. Now these guys up here, I might also have to come back with some darker stuff to clean these up too. Yeah, we'll have to do that. And I might Prussian blue on these, some of these guys. Nah. Yep, there's more of these up here to do. So see you later there, Ingones. Thank you so much for hanging out. And of course, Ingones, please share your stuff one more time before you head out. Everybody, please give Ingones a follow, because guess what? Ingones also does the oil painting. So please give Ingones a follow. Everybody check out that Instagram link right there. And again, please give Ingones a follow. It's always great to see other folks, and again, everybody's approach to the oil painting is a little bit different, right, Camda? It depends, kind of maybe, okay, what kind of supplies are easiest to get where you are, maybe what the kind of results you're looking for, or what's easiest for you. Are you going to be doing an awful lot of painting stuff in one session, or is it going to be, well, I'm going to be painting it for X amount of time, and it might be a while before I paint again, so it's all going to be dry. And that's why all the Patreon videos are only a certain length long. And I do multi-part series where the stuff does dry in between, and the whole idea there, that's for folks that are just not going to have time to paint the whole thing in one session. So see you later there, Ingones. See, I try to keep the tutorial videos to between maximum 2.5 hours, because that seems to be about the length of people's usual work sessions, is something in that area. Oh gosh, what do we got over here? You need to try and tighten up some of these little lines and shapes over here. Also, this stuff here, again, we're still working with mostly at this point the fast matte white. We're talking about making this whole edge lighter. That's why we're making that a little bit darker. That work its way into here. Maybe some of it up there. It's kind of blending on its own there too. Not even necessarily needing a blending brush right in that area. Come on, get that light down in there. And in there. Also over there. Fine, we'll take some of them right up in here. was that too light there? No, well, let's see. Let's lighten up this edge, and then that'll let me know. Oh, so that can be lighter too. And geez, oh, these little guys. Sharpen up those. So many crazy little conduits and other shapes on this thing. Ah, we did on the other side. Let me do that on this side. Come on. There. And it's almost a little bit like some minor Aztecing in there. Not quite as distinct as maybe as what we've got up here in the Moyer Bridge section of the hull there.
So say we all.
How you doing there, Meth Muffin? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Very appropriate, right, to be doing some BSG stuff. Thank you so much, Meth Muffin. Appreciate that. And of course, Happy New Year. Oh, we're looking a little bit low on the medicine there. Thanks, Meth. And of course, Meth, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. So, Meth, it's very excited about all the things that we're going to be able to do this year. There was an awful lot of work in 2025, right? Recoil to kind of set things up for this year. We were hammering away at it literally to right to the end, right? In December and stuff with getting meshy and everything. But I think now we're set up for a big, big run in 2026. So Happy New Year there, Meth Muffin. Getting lots and lots of exciting stuff going to be happening this year. Actually, lots of exciting stuff. Hopefully, it's going to be happening this week, right? Recoil, if we're successful with, I don't know, like about 20 different types of miniatures. We're going to try and see if we can't have developed by maybe the end of this week. That's not ambitious at all, right, Recoil? And of course, Recoil, yes, I think you would love a little bit of reset for 2026, right? So yeah, I mean, who knows what kind of nifty things might be possible. I mean, given how all of this stuff has happened just in the last few weeks, right, Rico, or month and something. No, it's all about them trains, right, Rico? And oh, geez, Rico, I have to send you some of the pictures and the videos and stuff, if I can't, that my brother sent me with the stuff that I did with the trains, those train cars. Yeah, that was pretty interesting to see them all actually on the tracks and such together. So great to see you there, Meth Muffin. And again, you got some painting stuff you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Over here. Maybe some of our panel lines there too. All right. There. Also here. And yeah, because we did some over here. Completely forgot to do those on the port side. Let's engineer some sharper edges on these guys here too. Yep. That maybe gets toned down a little. I think I'm gonna maybe let's roll with this. Yeah, that's a kind of a nice, not too light, but not too dark. Hopefully that's not too light there. As it mixes with the existing stuff, not so much. Before then, maybe, but yeah, no, once it mixed with that, actually, I might try and go a little lighter with the fast matte white on this piece here. Also here. Let me refresh. Let me refresh that brush real quick here. Oh, we gotta get the weight over in here too. Yeah, that's right. We did that on the port side, not on this side yet. Get this out of here. Get the old fast matte white on that brush. And then there's these bits right over here. Get more of these teensy tiny little conduit type of deals here. And then our little, again, almost kind of look like mouse traps or space heaters. Ah, see what I did there? Space heaters. Ah, yep. I did that, Camda. It's, well, it's because I do words. Yeah, when you do words for a living, then you come up with that. Okay, let me get this stuff right in here. Now, let me do that on this piece. Blending brush and more of a micro blending brush here too at that. So you can see none of these panels actually exist. We're kind of putting those in. Those are not there at all. We are just putting that stuff in. Also here, we're gonna make that more into, again, a panel that's not really there. No, that's going to be too late. I'm going to back off to this. That's maybe a little better. And you can see we just, that one piece there, we're going to do another one here. And then maybe this one. Now let's get something lighter for that. So you can see how those, again, start to become more individual panel constructions there. Try this. For this area in between those close in, essentially anti-aircraft guns there. Yeah, let's get this a little lighter. So again, kind of like a mid-tone there. Now for engines back here, I do have my fast matte white out here, so I will utilize that. Might actually get a little more thinner in that though. Start breaking that down. Well, now we're talking. Nope, nope, nope. More thinner in there again. Even more. Can you see what we're doing here? If I move it up a little. Boom. Yeah, I will try that on these. Engine cowlings here. In there. Keep in mind that, okay, yeah, this is mostly thinner, but with the oils, it's still going to stay opaque like this. Yeah, it's not going to work the way acrylics would, and they actually did show this in one of the videos where we did something like this with the acrylics, and it started out kind of light, and then as soon as it started to dry a little bit, it started to turn more and more grayish, and less of our much lighter glow like this. Go back to our Prussian blue, some of that sky blue, and take away some of this lighter stuff that kind of worked its way in there. Like on that one, I think these were pretty much okay. So yeah, Meth Muffin, I hope that Christmas was good, New Year's, all that stuff. Now that's going to be too late there. Now up here, we definitely want to, I think, lighten this up here. This was another section where I've been waiting for all of those early sort of pin line wash things to really have a chance to set, and they finally have now after waiting a little while. What is it, 4 hours in? Yeah, almost 4 hours in. Probably been waiting a good 3-ish hours or so. Because we spent, what, about a half-ish hour on the base. Actually, while I'm thinking about it here, I got this light of stuff. Let me just drop that on our couple little stars is there. Like you do.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Tan Tutor. Appreciate that. So yeah, so again, this is, let me get this straight. You're like going through space and a big old tin box, not made out of tin. It's like, well, okay, resin, whatever. Yeah, there's like supposed to be oxygen in here, except maybe you run out and then what? Well, that's when we toss him out an airlock. that's I think that's what they're all thinking is toss Gandalf out the airlock. Well, there's a decent roll for Tente. Thank you so much, Tente. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses, whether they are spacefaring or earthbound. Yeah, let me clamps. Now, this is one part here where the printing was a little bit rougher. Sure, I'll go lighter there, and then maybe back here too. A couple more here, a couple more of these that could. That didn't quite go where it was supposed to. We will take you. See, and just get rid of some of that extra stuff that we just didn't want there. No problem. Lighter. Lighter here, and then lighter down there. And then later along this edge, we did this on the starboard side. We're going to do that over here. Is nice. There we go. Maybe even lighten up that whole starboard side a little more. So when I print out that Tauron ship there, Rico, it's going to be interesting to see what's really the difference between, say, the Sagittarian ships, the Arelon ships, the Caprican ship. Well, the Caprican ships are more, they seem to be more like patrol ships and scout ships. But again, no way to know until I actually get those babies printed out. Try to hit this again here. Right along this edge. And this too, that probably should be a whole lot later there. Oh, back this way too. Here we got some more stuff we need to get like this. A lot of these different coils and such here. Oh, here's some more we never got. And just kind of doing the top edges of those. More of them down in here to get. There's tons of these little guys here. Now, these are printed out, let's just say fairly large. 90 millimeters, that's the base width here. So that's how big these guys are. They're not Battlefleet Gothic size at all. They're a whole lot bigger than that. I mean, ideally, these would be printed out even a little bit bigger, I think. You know, I'm going to bring that down here, maybe. Bit more light back in there and some more up here around that structure. Now let's try to darken that back down. I'm going to take this phthalo green and some of our, I guess now our Prussian blue. Let's thin that baby down more. So I'm on the bottom edge here and then a little bit up in there. Not even sure if you can really see all that. But yeah, this starts to separate some of those different planes there. Gonna get rid of this paint here. Let me take this guy. Our Van Dyke Brown and maybe then some of our violet. Let's mix those together. Where are we at here? Maybe a little less paint on there too. There we go. Okay. Let me try this on these cowlings here. Some of that right in here. Okay, now we're getting there. Oh, and now we are actually 4 hours in. 4 hours ago, there was no paint on this thing. No Spacescape there, no paint on here, no panel lines, no Aztecing, no nothing. That all happened over the last 4 hours. That is the magic of the oil paints. Now I better get that out of the brush there. Now let me try some of this and extra a radiant green, and there's some stuff down in here where I gotta at least try to get a little bit of something down in there. It's really really tough to reach anything there, but that's where the oils are also again a benefit, because even if we do this dry brushing stuff down in an area we can't even hardly see, there will still be blending there because it is going to be wet paint mixing with wet paint, which means there'll be some kind of rudimentary shading down there. Maybe nothing super fancy, but super fancy shading not necessarily needed down there. Hopefully that's not too light. Touch of a little bit, something light right along the edge of this, because I mean maybe some light is going to reach its way down in there. Of course, we don't want to make the shadow areas too light. If we do, diminishes any of the highlights or lighter midtones. Those just become kind of dingy. They start out looking nice and light, and then all of a sudden not so light anymore. So yeah, there's blind blending. Remember that? That's what we used to kind of call it in the very early days, blind blending. Because I mean, you literally cannot see what's happening. It's just kind of it's doing some blending there. You know it is because you're doing paint into paint, so it's blending something. You don't really know what you're getting, but that's definitely more than nothing. Me here trying to lighten this up some. Again, a different form of gray here. Kind of a mid-tone gray. That's maybe going to go in here. Trying to do this now. Now, oh geez, Uber Yeti, you know what should be showing up in the mail pretty darn soon? A certain sweatshirt. I haven't checked like any kind of tracking number stuff or whatever, but that should be showing up pretty soon. I would think I would be very surprised if it was not this week. Do that here. Sneak a little more of the dark down in there. Yeah, Uber Yeti, I'll probably do that right when it shows up. At least give it one shot in the laundry there to kind of get some of the sizing out of it, right? Yeah, geez, I forgot all about that. That should be showing up, like I said. I almost was thinking, well, maybe again, holiday stuff, I don't know. Alright, let me take this again, lighter stuff here. Gotta break that down some more. Breaking it down a bit more and bringing it down this way. And oh yeah, here, let's lighten this up too. We did that on the other side. Down we go. Some of this too, and then this little guy. We did get the edge of this guy lighter here for sure. Whatever that is. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that a little more too. Taking our light there and pop that there. This way too. Yep, these little platforms can't all be super dark there. We need some of that lighter. Ah, couple little yeah, here, let's hit these later too. These right back here. Maybe even that edge a little later. Or these weird coil type things. Here, let me take this and spread that further this way. Those stand out again. No, but these guys here, they're looking a little for schmizzled there. I think, yeah, we did these on the starboard side. Let's get these guys here on the port side. Again, a little bit later here on these conduits and tubing. Come on, there. Not quite sure what that little shelf is, but lightened it up somewhat. And then, of course, these guys. Let me go back to this bluish gray that we made. Now, let's take some of that away too again. We're just using our little blending brush here. What have we here? Yeah. I think there's another little zone we kind of forgot here. A mid-tone, lighter mid-tone kind of thing. Is this little piece right there. And then there's another piece right over here. There we go. Okay. So we'll do that here. And then there's that piece up top. And then there's this one too. And this is just Payne's gray with our lighter, warmer gray. Now a bit lighter out here. Okay, that starts to make a little more sense. Camden, there was a little bit. Well, here you can. This is kind of the main place you can see it. There was some up here too. There was a little bit of Panaline Galactica involved. I think just in general, Camden, these sort of Ghost Fleet type ships won't have as much of it. And again, what's weird, Camden, is it's in this. It was in a file folder called something like something mission package or whatever. So I was expecting almost something like, okay, along the lines of an amphibious assault ship or something. Oh no, it was a whole bunch of ships. I mean, it was a ton of them. And I don't know if that just accidentally, oh, they all kind of ended up in that one folder just when I was trying to do all of those downloads in the early days. I do wish that I had more time to download those early files, right? Because they're just not on there anymore. Especially all the Cylon stuff. Yeah, here, let me. If I do it this way, should it? Wait, yeah, it's gonna work this way. And that way. before I do that, let me get this lighter up here. That's not quite working out there. Let's do this first. Nope. Maybe try that again. Man, there's also a little too much thinner on there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that was better. Just took another try. This probably should be later too. Yep. Approach it from that side. Then make that lighter. One of these here. Let me. Maybe I'll do this. So again, that's kind of reinforcing some of the panel lines that we put in, and again, also creating a little bit of the Aztecing. Micro blending brush here. Boom, there we go. So not quite as hard or stark of an edge there. Again, by virtue of that blending brush. 200, again, here we are. And all this done with regular oil paints right out of the tube. No zenithal, just a simple, took some black Stynylrez, mixed it with some Payne's Gray ink, and that was what we did for primers. So, yeah, nothing fancy. No spray primers, none of that, no airbrush in the primer, just brushed it on. That's pretty much how we just approach everything. Not a whole lot of airbrush stuff. To me, it's just a whole lot easier to do it with the oil paints. Because with the oil paints, you don't have to mask anything. If you want to blend something, you just grab another brush, push the paint around, poof, it's blended. And for cleaning the brushes, we're not using thinner. We are just using this fun stuff here. And again, look at this. It's from Winsor Newton, and it also works for acrylic paints. You can also use it maybe to get super glue out of your brushes. Don't ask me how I know that. A friend told me. Yeah, a friend told me. Oh, yeah, you know what? Hey, it's great for getting super glue out of brushes. And you might say, why in the world is there super glue getting in the brush? It's a closely guarded secret. Basically, it's when I'm putting. So if I'm not using hot glue on the miniature, I'm using super glue, or the pieces of the base, the different basing bits and stuff. Then I try to put, say, the texture paste on those, and that stuff hasn't fully cured yet. And I'm brushing on the texture paste with the brush. Next thing you know, there's a little super glue souvenir left behind on that brush. So yeah, Uber Yeti. That was just usually I would do that with rubbing alcohol. That's right. Actually, that was what I used to clean the acrylic brushes with too. Even was just the rubbing alcohol. Get that in a little bit lighter in between though. And maybe that was a little more than we wanted. We'll just come back with our darker stuff. That would be easier. Well, better break it down first. Then it'll be easier. Was that here? That was over here. And over over there. Back to our little Payne's gray. Yep, that has nothing on it. There we go. Try our light again up in this spot right in there. Man, that works. So again, a little programming note for the next couple of streams for sure. On a Thursday stream, we're doing some flats, getting back to Flat Thursday, and not ornaments this time. This time it will be just regular flats. And it'll be the first of our Battlestar Galactica flats. Featuring Boltar. Maybe another one too. I'll try to have another one all primed ready to go just in case we power through that flat quicker than I expect. Do this like so. That, here, let me a little bit more of that down in there too. Just a bit more of that one edge. Yeah, not too much, because if every edge is light, then we're not really going to have a whole lot of form. There's a lot of complex shapes on this ship here. Holy smokes. And this is about as light as we can go on this stuff. Not really sure what those guys are supposed to be, but I think we'll make this a little lighter here. Yeah, same way we did it on the other side. Let's do it on this side. Get some thinner on that. Then stop there with that. Okay. Maybe do it. Just remove a little bit of that green. Oh, this needs. Okay, yeah, we did it on the port side. Didn't do it on that side. I think that does help over there too. Lighten up you. There. And I'm gonna rotate you around this way to get that. Oh yeah, these conduits too better be lighter. There we are. See, it can. I have. Ah, there we go. There's our. I know I had some Mars Yellow Deep out here somewhere. Okay, there's a big old chunk on the end of that brush. Let's get rid of that. Gotta work around that piece so I can get at this little symbol here. There, alright. And then that'll just have to suffice there. And I'm gonna throw a little something lighter on that one non-existent panel. There again, there's none of these are panels. Those are all just ones that we've kind of painted in. We painted in some shape there that wasn't there to begin with. Catching out maybe some of this stuff down here. That's maybe a little bit of our radiant green mixed in there too. Mostly on these ones that are closest to the edge where maybe you could see these. You really can't see much of the ventral side of these ships at all. They're just so much kind of overhang, right? You're not really going to see a whole bunch there. So most of the time I'm just doing this stuff right along the edge here. And it's certainly never going to show up in any of the photographs or vids that I do of it. Couple, again, a little bit of lights along some of these edges. Now this, get some of our out here, maybe even a little bit of the green in there. Is this going to be too light? I don't think so. Nah, especially since there is still this paint down here is still wet. That is actually still mixing with that wet paint. It ought to, even though it is alkates. It's still there's still going to be some mixing happening there and blending. Yeah, Uber Yeti, the suggestion of things, right, rather than like outright show. Okay, here is the thing. Sometimes the suggestion of it is actually more effective than showing every last little micro detail of something. Throw that up there. Fine. Yeah, we'll do that. For these mounts here, just trying to make those a little later. That is too much. Let me go back to this violet stuff here. Okay, that's more like it. That is more of a late middle tone right there. Go lighter still right here. And like that. Back to my fast matte white. We typically, on our BSG style ships, we make a lot of use of the fast matte white there. Yeah, okay, look, some of our dark ended up hitting that one close-in anti-aircraft mount there. Working like so. There's We're missing a little bit of our light down in there. Now we've got that result, and we're sort of okay there. Might let that get a little lighter. So see you later there, Camden. Now, Camden, there's another variant of this ship here. I think there's even more, like, this is even heftier. And then again, there's like the Geminon ships, and then there's the Tauron ships. And I'm just gonna, again, I'll try to print those out in the overnight hours just to get them out of the way so we have them while I'm doing all of the STL work and such on the other figures. And hopefully we got some fun stuff that we'll be able to paint. I think again next coming Monday we'll stick with our BSG Armada Mondays, and then after that hopefully have all of the the color scheme and everything, all the preparation locked down for those Battle Fleet Gothic ships, and we can do those. And then we'll probably be doing an awful lot of Battle Fleet Gothic ships into February and March. Maybe, okay, that's a little more thinner than I wanted in there, but well, that's also a little lighter than I was thinking, but we're just gonna roll with that anyhow. Get this too. We're a little light on some of our lights over here, so let's get that taken care of super quick here. All right. I mean, that's lighter. It's not super light. And it's like a light middle tone there. Maybe this is a little lighter. Can't you see how my hand is balanced on my hand there, and then both of my wrists are sitting on this. It's one of those pads that people use to kind of prevent the whole carpal tunnel syndrome thing. Now, I don't think they come as long as this one is, but both of my elbows and such kind of rest on that. So my arms are supported. Get my one wrist is on my other wrist, which is resting on this, basically on the table itself. So that should create a pretty stable platform, shouldn't it? Maybe it was actually no, it wasn't bad that there was some thinner on that brush there. Actually made it easier to do a little bit of blending on that. Some of these guys are a little bit raggedy. We are going to try there. I'm going to maybe come back with some of my darker stuff, and we will try to clean these babies up. Let's try some Payne's Gray, mix with some of our Mars Black. Yeah, okay, there we are. This is just, these are kind of like big old blobs here. We need them to be a little more organized than that. And even here, like my finger now is against the table. If I take some of our fabulous those rubber blocks that I use for part of the basing and for cutting stuff and for drilling things, if I put one of those rubber blocks down here, I could have my hand sitting on that rubber block, which means I'm not going to get tired. And I've had people ask that a lot. They say, gee whiz, you've been painting there for 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever, non-stop. I'm getting sore after a half hour. Well, that little bit of posture stuff, right, Uber Yeti, that can make quite a difference, especially again, over the long haul. That is not something I don't get fatigued by that. That's for sure. The fatigue is mostly built in from the whole thing of the not sleeping part. There's that. That's what generates the fatigue there. So again, very unusual hours to say the least. And of course, the holiday period always makes that an adventure because there's a bunch of stuff that's being done right around the time that I would normally be getting to sleep. I guess I'll have to come back with some of the later stuff on those. Ooh, there's another little. Okay, there we go. I have to come back up here with some later stuff anyway to do some of these other things. So if you, what the heck? While we're at it, magnifier light also a massive help because there's the eye strain thing. So it's not just a magnifier. The magnifier lens, which also has the light, is in between my face and the miniature, which means there's no weird shadows on there, anything like that. It also means that I can kind of keep it in the same space so we're not trying to paint it like this, which happens in a lot of streams. An awful lot of streams. The invisible painting that happens. Yeah, let's get that light there. In fact, that seems to be the majority of painting streamers. It has a tendency to wander just a little bit out of the camera's reach. But since there is no autofocus on here and the focus is locked, it means I have to pretty much stay locked in position. It was different back in the day of doing the watercolors because I painted standing the entire time. That would do a little bit more fatigue-wise because when I say the entire time, I mean painting for 8 to 14 hours at a crack. Do this here, some more of that right in there. Is that the same thing? That same stuff is on the other side. Let me lighten that too. Okay, got those three things. Okay, that got a little fuzzy there. We're gonna tighten up that part. Also there, and one more there. Let me try this lighter stuff first. Okay, that does. Now let me turn this around and hit that. Okay, that's not where we want that stuff to go. But look, we got wet paint. We can just push right over the top of that, and it's well, all better. Nice to see you there, Thranuel. So Thranuel, hopefully you've been able to maybe catch a little bit of sleep here. I know it's been super busy for you there. Kind of doing obviously a lot on the legal side of things and all that. Hopefully that has been going well. Some of the presentations and the studying and such. So yeah, there are many different colors in this. Almost none of which are white. There's many different lighter grays in there. 4 hours and 34 minutes ago, this was just very, very, very dark gray primer, and that's it. It was just brushed on. There was no zenithal. It was all the same. Oh, what would you say? It was all the same level of lightness. Yeah, there was no zenithal pre-shading or anything like that. That is not how we roll here. So Thranduil, I did try out putting the oil paints in those brush markers. That is definitely not something I wouldn't really be using so much for here, but I do think there is some serious potential for those things, especially when it comes to terrain. I think that will be their primary use. Further experiments will be the ultimate determination for that. What's on the button? No, here, let me take again, this is kind of that Payne's Gray type stuff. So here is there's the flat that we were doing, and good. Actually, there was potential, I guess, for panel line things, but it makes sense for sure that those. I mean, that's what Gundam folks, I believe, have been using those for quite some time. It's sort of part of a little mini arc that I'm doing for, I guess you would say, oil paint setups that are easier to bring with you on the road, especially where you're even more limited, like say if you are flying somewhere or whatever, going to an Adepticon or a was it scale model challenge or whatever that's coming up now. Let me do this here. And here, let me get some of this darker stuff again. Okay, that wasn't part of the conduit stuff. That was one of our anti-aircraft mounts. All right, there we go. Got that back. It's like, whoops, that don't go there. Mars, but a little bit of the Payne's Gray mixed in. We gotta sharpen up some of these coils there, and then there's another one where that just a little too much of the light there. Now on the ends of all of these little gun barrels, this is something we have to do a little ritual on the 1/1800 scale ships too. So all the ends of these barrels need something darker on the end of them here. And then we'll do this on the other side. Come on, there we go. Yeah, that makes those make a little bit more sense. We have a whole one patch of them over here now. Again, just trying to get the ends of those. There we go. Ah, boy, that really separate those from all the light that's there. You know what? Oh, yeah, here, let me Yeah, it wasn't. So here, let me. I think we. No, we didn't wipe out that line there. Okay, I thought we did. Actually, didn't. Hmm. Fine, we'll just fade that out. That's okay. More edges to sharpen up. A few more little panel lines to do. And where am I going to stick my hands? Fine, we'll just stick it right there. And then we're going to try to get the darks back into these little coils right here. This one area here again, and that's again, we're going to break that down to a couple more panel pieces. I could do there. Okay. Maybe on this side here, we'll break that up into some panels too. Possibly there. So 4 hours, 42 minutes ago, yeah, there was a whole lot of nothing on this ship. These are free files on Thingiverse, but they're all one piece. There's no supports, and you're gonna have to print them out fairly large. Again, this is a pretty big print. This is a 90 millimeter base that thing is sitting on, so they are not small. And I wouldn't really suggest trying to print them any smaller than what I did here. Ideally, they would be maybe a 15, 20, 25% larger than this. I think I would give, if I printed these out, oh gosh, let's see, this is probably 7 inches, maybe 7.5, maybe about 7.5 inches long or something. If I was to print it out a foot long or 14, 15 inches long or something like that, I bet you some of these details would probably print out a whole lot easier. That's not something I could print out on my Mono X printers. Needless to say, that would require breaking it up into some pieces and parts. I don't know, maybe I could do it the simple way and just like cut here and these four, yeah, maybe this section is one section, this section's another, and that one's there. If each one is about 4 or 5 inches long, well then, yeah, you're getting pretty darn close to 14 or so inches long. That would be, well, that would be a little bit bigger than anything we could paint on here. Because, yeah, that would be, if it's twice the size of this, and this is, it's difficult to fit things of that size on any of my filming areas. Not really designed for big giant stuff like that. Touch a little extra dark there and here. I wonder about these guys up here. There's just not quite the separation that I'm seeing in other places. I'm not sure, is it we don't have the darker edge stuff here? Or do we not have? I might maybe, you know what, I might throw a little bit more of the fast matte white out there, I guess. Because we have some of it over there. That seems to stand out a little more. For whatever reason. I am going to try here. Let me, is that going to be mid-range enough and not too late? It looks like it. Gotta sneak some of that under here. Right there, that was mostly just thinner to kind of activate more of the paint that's there so I could just kind of push that around. It's easier than trying to put new paint down in there because, well, you can see I have to kind of shove the brush literally underneath this little whatever that is. Where are we at with this stuff? Here we go. Let's lighten that up a little. That got a little bit messed up when we were kind of erasing one of our panel lines, so we'll restore that a bit. That's a little too dark in there. We'll lighten you up. Lighten you up as well. Take that in here. Might have to come back with some of our dark here and let me clean this up once and for all. Now, oh what? Let me do a little something on our red here. First, I'll darken that, and then we're going to try to actually get some of our light back on. Let's do that. I think that's had plenty of time to set. We got some of our pure orange in there. Let me get some of this violet. Also break it down a little bit. What do we got here? Let me get some of the red back in there. Now, let's do something like that to maybe more thinner even. So see, we're kind of trying to continue that one panel there, so it kind of almost looks like it's a bit raised. Trying to lighten this up even more, perhaps. There, okay. That still is going a little bit weird direction. Let me maybe continue the lighter red a little further there and no more paint on that brush. Okay, yeah, like that. Good enough. Lighter on some of these little elements up here. There we go. Rotate it around, hit that. So this is part of our Battlestar Galactica fleet. This is part of the Ghost Fleet. Where's our Loki class? So you can kind of see, again, that more old style alligator uh, forward portion of the ship there. So this is ship number, what, 14? Ship number 14 of our Battlestar Galactica fleet. And this is an Aerolon ship. There's another Aerolon ship. Then I'll be printing out a couple of Tauron ships and a couple of Pycon ships, and then I think there's two Geminon ships, and then a couple of Capricorn like patrol ships and such. So yeah, I have to restore this because I kind of stuck my hands on there a couple times. So we'll get that back together again. Yeah, Thranduil, I've been was kind of searching around. Like I downloaded a bunch more of these BSG ships, at least than I thought, and I had. They just were all in a weird folder. They were. I thought it was just one ship in, because usually it's each folder just had one ship in it and that's it. And I was expecting, like usual, to see one ship, and I was very surprised to see like a dozen of them in there. And I went, wait a minute. Needless to say, the file folders were kind of, again, these are free files, so they're not exactly going to be highly structured. I mean, heck, a lot of the times, even highly structured Patreons or tribes, it can be a little bit difficult sometimes to track down which the heck files are which. And again, that is why I'm not just saying, hey, here's the Dropbox folder. Because if I was to do that right now, you would be mighty confused which the heck one is which, and they would be all different sizes. So yeah, until I can kind of get things a little less confusing, not gonna just be chucking out the again the links to the Dropbox there, because people would be like, "What is this stuff?" Trying to get all the kind of the names of them done the same way. Yeah, we're still in the printing out test files phase. I've literally, with the exception of a couple of the gummy bears where the first test print was just clearly no good or not the right size, almost everything has just had one print made of it, and that's it. And as we were talking about earlier, in all my long conversations over the years with the folks who do the My Mini Factory Patreon, tribes type things, they always tell me they spend more time doing test prints than they do sculpting the stuff in the first place. And guess what? We got to do the same thing. Got to test these babies out, see what they look like. There was a couple of just yesterday. I printed out some more flats, and I thought the setting that I had for the height of the extrusion was going to be fantastic. Turns out it was not fantastic. It was nowhere near as much as it should have been. It looked fantastic on screen, not so much in my hand after it was printed out. Work this in here, yes. A little lighter up there, also a little tighter edge, and then a little lighter in here too. You know what? I might. Oh, that would be too late. What if I use this? That is bold. It's getting almost too late, but not quite. We'll roll with that. That's okay there. Find this one edge over here. Same with you. again, speaking of Battlestar Galactica, next stream gonna be Boltar here, and maybe another. Might try another one of our flats too. But that's for sure. That's a for sure thing. That's what we'll be doing on Thursday. I'll try to have another one ready just on the off chance that that one gets painted really quickly, and we maybe have time for another one. Doing the same thing. They're just kind of using the thinner, scrubbing that lighter stuff in place. In we go. Couple more little lights. Now around. Let me look at, where's that Loki class ship? What did we do around those cowling? Okay, so we did do the. I'm gonna try that. Let's try some of the later blue around those engine cowlings. We have this. We have our sky blue. Start breaking this down right here. One of the last things we'll try to take care of here. Wow, that's a big old clump of paint on that brush. Let's really break that down. One more round to finish. Just about do it. There we go. Yep. Actually, we're pretty good on some of this. Don't have to do as much of it as I thought. A little lighter up there too. Okay. So it's got a little, yeah, a little teensy touch of blue in it. It looks like it's white. It is not actually white. It's got a little bit of blue in there. Back to the sky blue. That's getting a little too light too quickly. Oh, there we go. A little bit more of our sky blue on those elements, and then up here I'm going to do some of the sky blue around that part of the cowling there. Whoops, there we go. Whoop, did we do these? Yeah, we did those. Okay, so now I think we're good to go on all of those cowlings. Back to this very interesting sort of violet mid-range light blue here. It's got a little bit of reddishness to it. Into here. Let's get a little bit of that right here now. Touch of that down here. Go back. Where's my? It's got a lot of thinner in it, but let's just roll with what we got here. I'm gonna break this down, and then these little coils right here, the ones right on the edge, I'm gonna try and do those. that. Couple of extra little lights there, and then along these. Yeah, a little extra light there, maybe. Not too much. And now these guys, I might try to lighten those up too, just a bit more. Maybe work in, yeah, no more than like that way. This panel, that panel. I wonder, is this going to be any later than what's there? Oh yeah, it is. Other side. See if I can't work in a little more of our light in between these guys here. Yeah. I turn this baby around. Any light that we, alright, we got that. Fill up that panel there. I think, yeah, that red stripe is pretty much in place. Okay. Take a blending, smaller blending brush to this. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's gonna get too light along the edge. Well, now here's a couple little things. Got on the ventral side of the ship. Just an indication that they're there, not too crazy. Lighten up those gun mounts too. Fine, we'll throw a little bit of the lighter gray out because we did that on the other side. That's why. Sneak in some more of our lighter color in between the barrels there. I'm going to just subtract that panel line there. That makes a lot more sense right there. So, well, now that it is past the 5-hour mark, and it's almost 5 in the morning here, it is time to go off and do some of those other tasks that we were talking about. Which means we want to thank Armored Wolf for doing all of the moderations. Appreciate that. And of course, we want to thank everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had a bunch of raids. We had Shang. So we appreciate those raids. We had Teals doing the raid thing. So thanks a bunch, Armored Wolf, and thanks Uber Yeti for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. And again, we will be doing, well, more Battlestar Galactica. Slightly different form here again, in the form of our flat 4 Guilty Bolter, as I call him there, Uber Yeti. So thank you so much, Uber Yeti, and again, we'll be seeing you soon enough, right? Soon enough. And there'll definitely be another Patreon video in between now and then for sure. So thanks again, everybody. I'm going to get the raid countdown started up here. Another one of our fabulous ships. Oh, let's zoom out here. Zoom out one sec. So yeah, you can see how that kind of compares. Again, that's why I didn't print it up too much bigger. I mean, it's about the same as this one right here. So thanks again, everybody, and I will catch you on the next stream.